Chapter 13 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Although during the first years of his married life, Oscar Wilde's difficulties were often very great, not on one single occasion in the whole of his life, even in the starveling years after his release from prison, did he obtain or attempt to obtain resources by any means unworthy of proper pride, of self-respect, of delicacy. He loved money for the pleasures that it commands, but he did not love it enough to let it soil his lordly hands. In this respect his pride reached to arrogance. In money matters he was the soul of honour, another point in his character which in a commercial country and amongst the bohemians of arts and letters would win little recognition. His generosity was unbounded. "I have no sense of property," he used to say. But he did not add that for the property of others he had a respect as stern as to his own belongings he was totally indifferent. "Friends always share," he wrote to a man at Reading who had been good to him. He was praying his acceptance of a sum of money, for the man had lost his employment. This man, just before Oscar Wilde's release, had begged him, knowing that the prisoner was penniless and greatly concerned as to his position, to accept the loan of £5 which he had saved up. With the most delightful badinage did C33 refuse the offer. He pretended that to a man of his extravagance such a sum would be useless. All this was so as to refuse without hurting the feelings of his friend a sum of money which to a working man meant much. In the end he said that if things came to the worst, and he did wake up one morning to find himself without a breakfast, he would write for the £5 and buy a sandwich with it. The man said, "And a cigar." "I hardly think that it would run to that," said Oscar, "but if there is anything over I will buy a postage stamp and write to acknowledge the money." His generosity even was misconstrued. Gifts which had been made by him out of sheer kindness of heart were represented as bribes for nameless purposes. Towards his mother his liberality knew no limits. For years before his fall he maintained her in the affluence which she enjoyed. During the 8 years, 1884 to 1891, although the total of his published work was not great, and judged by its quantity alone the man may be considered not to have greatly progressed, his development of those qualities and talents which were his especial distinction was as astounding as it was delightful. Those years were to the people who came into contact with him memorable as a succession of the rarest intellectual banquets. His spendthrift genius kept open house. He spoke, and those who heard him wondered why the whole world was not listening. There never can have been in the world's history a talker more delightful. A great lady said of him to Henri de Régnier that when Oscar Wilde was speaking, it seemed to her that a luminous aureole surrounded his noble head. This remark is also repeated and confirmed in the testimony of Jean-Joseph Renaud. Henri de Régnier, that gentilhomme de lettres, in the Republic of Literature, the elegant and delicate writer of the daintiest prose in the French language, the poet of distinction, the novelist of refinement, pays in his book of essays, Figure et Caractère, a tribute to Oscar Wilde, which, for nobility always does compel, he made public at a time when to write in praise of him was to court obloquy and foul suspicion. Writing of the impression which in those days Oscar Wilde produced in Paris, he says, quote, "He pleased, he amused, he astounded. People grew enthusiastic about him. People were fanatics where he was concerned." End quote. It should be noted that Henri de Renière speaks here of the highest Parisian society, the milieu in which he himself, an elegant man of the world, moves. He describes the dinner at which the lady referred to above made her memorable pronouncement. Quote, "The dinner, elegant and prolonged, was held in a luxurious room brilliantly lighted. Scented violets were banked up on the cloth. In the cut crystal glasses, champagne sparkled. Fruits were being peeled with knives of gold. Monsieur Wilde was speaking. There had been invited to meet him certain guests who were not talkative, and who were disposed to listen to him with pleasure. Of this conversation and of others I have kept a vivacious and lasting remembrance. Monsieur Wilde spoke in French with an eloquence and a tact which were far from common. His expressions were embellished with words which had been most judiciously selected. As a scholar of Oxford, Monsieur Wilde could as easily have employed Latin or Greek. He loved the Greek and Roman antiquities. His causerie was all purely imaginative. He was an incomparable teller of tales. He knew thousands of stories which linked themselves one to the other in an endless chain." End quote. Henri de Renière here remarks what anyone who with due attention reads Oscar Wilde's fairy stories will observe. Quote, "This, by telling stories, was his way of saying everything, of expressing his opinion on every subject. It was the figurative hypocrisy of this thought, the way in which he veiled his thoughts." One might not press Monsieur Wilde too closely for the meaning of his allegories. One had to enjoy their grace and the unexpected turns he gave to his narratives, without seeking to raise the veil of this phantasmagoria of the mind which made of his conversation a kind of 1001 Nights as spoken. The gold-tipped cigarette went out and lighted itself again incessantly in the lips of the storyteller. As his hand moved with a slow gesture, the scarabaeus of his ring threw off its green lights. The face kept changing its expression with the most amusing mimicry. The voice flowed on unceasingly, dragging a little, always equal. Monsieur Wilde was persuasive and astonishing. He excelled in giving a certificate of truth to what was improbable. The most doubtful statement, when uttered by him, assumed for the moment the aspect of indisputable truth. Of fable he made a thing which had happened actually. From a thing which had actually happened he drew out a fable. He listened to the Scheherazade that was prompting him from within, and seemed himself first of all to be amazed at his strange and fabulous inventions. This particular gift made of Monsieur Wilde's conversation something very distinct amongst contemporary causeries. It did not, for instance, resemble the profound and precise ingenuity of Monsieur Stéphane Mallarmé, which explained facts and things in a manner so delicate and exact. It had nothing of the varied anecdotic talk of Monsieur Alphonse Daudet, with his striking aperçus on men and things. Nor did it resemble in any way the paradoxical beauty of the sayings of Monsieur Paul Adam, or the biting acridity of Monsieur Henri Bec. Monsieur Wilde used to tell his stories like Villiers de la Isle Adam told them. Monsieur Wilde charmed and amused, and he gave one the impression that he was a happy man, at ease in life." End quote. This is the impression of Oscar Wilde as recorded by a man of letters who is also a man of the world, member of the best and most refined society in Paris. We're able to give in contrast another picture of Wilde in Paris, as a causeur, by another man of letters of high distinction, Monsieur Jean-Joseph Renaud, whose testimony should be of special value in England. Jean-Joseph Renaud is one of the finest athletes in France. There is nothing morbid, nor decadent, nor pessimistic about him. He can box, both in the English and the French styles. He is a sportsman in every sense of the word, and he has the distinction of being the best gentleman fencer in France. He is well known amongst English swordsmen, and has given them cause to remember him. Those who witnessed his performances at the tournament at the Crystal Palace a year or two ago will be able to confirm the statement that there is nothing morbid nor effete about Jean-Joseph Renaud, and that what he says about Wilde is sincere and from the heart. The following true account of his first meeting with Oscar Wilde, and of the effect which he produced upon the company in that house in Paris, has been described by a great English novelist, who is at the same time our sternest literary critic, as masterly in its truthful representation of the man described. It shows us Wilde wishing at any cost to, quote, amaze, and having failed in his first manner, readily adopting another mode in which he triumphed, carrying all before him. The passage is from the preface to Monsieur Jean-Joseph Renaud's excellent translation of Intentions. Renaud was a mere lad when he first met Wilde, at the house of some of Mrs. Wilde's relations in Paris. This is what he writes. Quote, when, an hour late, Mr. Wilde entered the drawing-room, we saw a tall gentleman, who was too stout, who was clean-shaven, and who differed from any Auteuil bookmaker by clothes in better taste than a bookmaker wears, by a voice which was exquisitely musical, and by the pure blue light, almost like that of a child's eyes, which shone in his look. In his bulky cravat of greenish silk, an amethyst sparkled with a subdued light. His grey gloves, which were so fine as to be almost transparent, moulded his graceful hands. An orchid was shrivelling itself up in his buttonhole. Without listening to the names of the people who were introduced to him, he sat down, and with an air of exhaustion begged Madame Lloyd to order the shutters of the dining-room to be closed and candles to be lighted. He said that he could not possibly stand the light of day. The table decorations had to be altered, because the mauve flowers would have brought him bad luck. Then, as soon as the hors d'oeuvres had been served, he took definite possession of the conversation. What a disappointment awaited us. He spoke, quote, pretentiously, asked questions, and did not wait for the replies, or addressed himself to people with too great directness. You have never seen a ghost? No. Oh. Now, you, madam. Yes, you, madam. Your eyes seem to have contemplated ghosts. Then he declared that one night in a bar each table was put in its place, and the floor was swept, not by waiters, but by the angels of the close of the day. His British accent reminded us of Sarah Bernhardt. He next began to tell us, speaking almost in whispers, as though he were telling us secrets, and using mysterious phrases, some poetical and simple tales, about a young fisherman who pretends every night as he returns from the sea to have seen sirens. One day he really does see a siren, but when he comes home he doesn't say so. About a sculptor who, with the bronze of a statue of pain which lives forever, moulds the statue of pleasure which lasts but for one moment. Next he returned to what was macabre, and described at length the sensations which a visit to the morgue in the different capitals of the world procures to a man. We found in Monsieur Wilde the hoaxing cynicism of Baudelaire, and Villiers de l'Isle Adam as it appeared through an English medium. Already that fashion of amazing people seemed much out of date, and to this audience of intelligent bourgeois it was successful only in the bad sense of the word. The poet noticed this. He kept silent during the rest of the meal. But later on in the drawing-room, while coffee was being served, the conversation having turned on the success of a French comedy in England and Germany, he gently suggested that our prodigious theatrical instinct explains many of our acts. French foreign politics, for instance, are theatrical. They aim rather at the finest attitude, the most striking phrases, the most effective gestures, than at any practical successes. He then examined our history at length, from Charles X up to modern times, from a paradoxical point of view. His conversation transformed itself. He displayed extraordinary knowledge and wit. Men, deeds, treaties, wars passed under review with appreciations, unsuspected, amusing, exact. He made them glitter under the light of his words, even as a jeweller awakes new lights in his gems. He then went on to talk about Lady Blessington and Disraeli. To tell us of the pains of love of Lady Blessington, he little by little raised himself to a lofty and intoxicating lyricism. His fine voice hymned, grew tender, rang out like a viol in the midst of the emotional silence. This Englishman, who just before had appeared grotesque, reached with simplicity, aye, surpassed the expressive power of the most admirable odes of humanity. Many of us were moved to tears. One had never thought that the words of man could attain to such splendour. And this took place in a drawing-room, and the man who was speaking never spoke otherwise than as a man speaks in a drawing-room. We could understand that a great lady had said of him, "When he is speaking, I see round his head a luminous aureole." Many Parisians who heard him in those days found apt the comparison which an English friend of his writing in the Gaulois had traced between his sayings and the largesse of his wit, and the jewels of Buckingham at the court of France. Ces mots, so ran the phrase, se répandient autour de lui comme autour de Buckingham, à la cour de France se répandient les bijoux par calcul mal attachés aux pourpoints scintillants. Padraic Colum, the young Irish poet, to whom his admirers look for such great things, describes in one of his poems in a very striking way how treasures for the future are laid up in the minds of men by the words of a teacher. Quote, "But what avail my teaching slight, years hence in rustic speech a phrase, as in wild earth a Grecian vase." End quote. To Oscar Wilde, the talker, posterity will owe a great debt. His voice was inimitable, though in itself an imitation. He had robbed Sarah Bernhardt of her golden voice, but he put the larceny to such a use that the crime became an act of social virtue. The most wonderful things said in the golden voice of the most wonderful woman, that was the conversation of Oscar Wilde. To have heard him speak has made the fortune of innumerable little men. There are homunculi triumphing in the drawing-rooms of the two hemispheres who only faintly echo his manner. The smallest small change from his royal storehouse has made hundreds appear rich. Out of the tatters of his imperial mantle, which disaster dragged in the mire, many writers, many speakers, have cut for themselves resplendent robes in which they strut their small parades and enjoy their tiny triumphs. One constantly sees in modern literature books which bear upon the face of them the proof that the author's whole equipment was that he remembers to have heard Oscar Wilde speaking. One of the most successful books which has appeared in France during the last 15 years, a work which is hailed as an artistic masterpiece, and which at the same time is a huge commercial success, is just Oscar Wilde talking. Quote, "Il passa sa vie à se parler," and the irony of the gods sentenced him to the silence of the tomb in the two most fruitful years of his life, when his genius had reached its apogee. It was in his wonderful conversation that he found an issue for the bubbling energy of his brain, for his supreme activity. For we have always to remember that Oscar Wilde was a man of action, condemned by the social order of things to inactivity. It is probably because Jean-Joseph Renaud, himself a man of action, recognises this energy in Oscar Wilde also that he has espoused his cause and his defence with ardour so zealous. To the man of action, absolute inactivity is physically impossible, and as he must be doing, he will perform antics rather than do nothing. Many of the apparent buffooneries which in his youth were reproached against Oscar Wilde were the result merely of a chafing exuberance. He sought, indeed saner, outlets, and his misfortune was that circumstances ever barred the way. It is a fact that at one time, not long after his marriage, he was seriously considering the question of presenting himself as a candidate for Parliament. It is deeply to be regretted that his poverty prevented the realization of this project. In a political career there was no height to which he could not have aspired. He had every one of the gifts that would have made of him in diplomacy an ornament and a treasure to the state. He would have filled the House of Commons with delight. He was a born orator. This he attributed himself to his nationality. Speaking of the Irish, he once said, referring to himself in that self-accusing way which was one of the pathetic traits of his character, "We are too poetical to be poets. We are a nation of brilliant failures, but we are the greatest talkers since the Greeks." He had all the compelling power of great orators. He could move his audience by the sheer beauty of his tones. We have heard Renaud's testimony. Here is another instance. When he was lecturing in Dublin, the audience was not at all sympathetic. His opening remark, "Let there be nothing in your houses which was not a joy to the man who made it," was received with ironical laughter. He immediately went off into a eulogy of Ireland, and gradually worked his hostile audience into sympathy which reached the culminating point of enthusiasm when he declared in accents which filled many eyes with tears, "When the heart of a nation is broken, it is broken in music." It was by his manner of speaking to women and children that he won such undying admirations from them. A charming scene is related by an Irish poet who was lunching once at Oakley Street with Oscar Wilde. Amongst the guests was a pretty girl who was barely 17 years old and who had come up to town for her first season. When Oscar came in, the girl exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Wilde, where are your curls?" "Oh," said Oscar, "I never wear them after the season is over." "But, Mr. Wilde, your curls are real ones." "Oh, no, I keep them in a bandbox at home. I will put them on and wear them for you the next time you come." It was all so prettily said with such kindness and humanity that the girl, remembering the encounter, and having come to know how other men would have spoken, could not help but think of the poor gentleman with grateful tenderness. At a dinner given by Mr. Frank Harris in honour of the Princess of Monaco, one of our most distinguished novelists, who had been estranged from Oscar Wilde during 10 years, was introduced to him afresh. That night, he relates, Oscar Wilde's conversation was of the most extraordinary brilliancy. He subjugated us all. For my part, I found him most delightful, and thought with regret of all the pleasure which I had missed during the 10 years in which we had avoided each other. On the morning after that dinner, the Princess sent her portrait to Oscar Wilde, and on it she had written the words, "Œuvre art à Oscar Wilde." In prison he seems to have preserved his power of repartee. There are things on record which were there spoken in the watchful whispers of those who are dumb by law and under penalty, and which scintillate with wit. When freedom released his tongue, his friends found that he had never been more brilliant. Ernest La Jeunesse, in an article which reaches that high point of literary excellence, that it may be said of it that it is a tribute to the great man about whom it was written, gives a striking picture of this dying eloquence. Quote, "He is haunted with a foreboding of death, which in the end will kill him. He then tells all his stories in one breath, It is the bitter yet dazzling final piece of a display of superhuman fireworks. Those who, at the end of his life, heard him unravel the skin of gold and the jewelled threads, the strong subtleties, the psychic and fantastic inventions with which he proposed to sew and embroider the tapestry of the plays and poems which he was going to write, those who saw him proud and indifferent, affronting extinction and coughing or laughing out his ultimate phrasings, will keep the remembrance of a sight at once tragic and lofty, the sight of a man damned yet impassive, who refuses to perish altogether." End quote. Another picture of Oscar Wilde as a talker, at this time in his life when the voice was so soon to be hushed, is given by one who had known him for years, and who saw him in those last days. It was not a friend. Quote, "Of course he had his bad moments, moments of depression and sense of loss and defeat, but they were not of long duration. It was part of his pose to luxuriate a little in the details of his tragic circumstances. He harrowed the feelings of many of those whom he came across. Words of woe poured from his lips. He painted an image of himself, destitute, abandoned, starving even. I have heard him use the word after a very good dinner at Pylard's. As he proceeded, he was caught by the pathos of his own words. His beautiful voice trembled with emotion, his eyes swam with tears. And then, suddenly, by a swift, indescribably brilliant, whimsical touch, a swallow-wing flash on the waters of eloquence, the tone changed and rippled with laughter, bringing with it his audience, relieved, delighted, and bubbling into uncontrollable merriment. He never lost his marvellous gift of talking. After he came out of prison, he talked better than before. Everyone who knew him really before and after his imprisonment is agreed about that." End quote. He had the delightful way of speaking to the poor, to inferiors as society calls them, which distinguishes gentlemen. Amongst this class he enjoyed great popularity. He is still remembered by them. In a recent letter, a gentleman writes, quote, "By a queer coincidence, my cook was once in his service. She has nothing but good to say of him and of his sweet face." End quote. One could adduce hundreds of similar testimonies. In Reading Gaol he was the most popular prisoner, not only with the prisoners but with the warders. At Berneval, Monsieur Sebastian Melmoth was the coqueluche of the village. The peasants adored him, the village children loved him, and the coast guardsmen were Melmoth's men to a man. He had eminently that quality of ingratiating himself with the humble without sacrificing a tittle of his dignity, to which the Germans give the name of leutselig. There is no English equivalent for this word. Affable does not render it. The French spoke of him as un homme doux. He was a kind-hearted gentleman, nothing more. It is possible that a pathologist would have seen in the extraordinary brilliancy of Oscar Wilde's talk, in its unceasing flow and the apparently inexhaustible resources of wit and knowledge on which he drew, the prodromes of the disease of which he died. The cause of his death was meningitis, which is an inflammation of the brain, and it is possible that for many years before this disease killed him, it may have existed in a subacute and chronic state, which might account for the almost feverish energy of his cerebration. But to the ordinary man, no saner, no serener speaker ever appeared. He seemed at all times master of himself. It was indeed this perfect maestria of his powers of conversation which so astounded those who approached him. When one comes to think of the matter, why should not Oscar Wilde's friends be satisfied that his memory should go down to the after ages as that of one of the most brilliant talkers who ever lived? There are men high in humanity's Valhalla who left little behind them but the echoes of their voice. The greatest philosophers, the men who gave new religions to the world, didn't write. They talked. Did Christ write? Did Mahound write? Did Socrates write? If Oscar Wilde had had the fortune to find amongst his associates a disciple who would have taken the trouble to record his teachings, for he was always teaching, when he spoke, he would have been remembered in the world's history as one of the wisest of philosophers. He was the head of a new school of philosophy. His philosophy had in its tenets the real secret of human happiness, and what grander eulogy can there be for any school than that? He was an optimist who understood to the very extremest extent why mankind is prone to pessimism. He felt keener than most men the horrors of life, the cruelties of the world, the desperate sufferings that social injustice inflicts, and yet he had found a way to happiness out of all these evil things. Nobody could listen to him without being benefited. His talk was a cry of sursum corda. He taught you to know evil, and by deriding it, to enjoy good. What reason was there that he should write at all? Yet he was always blaming himself for his indolence. He had acquired Carlyle's table for his study, and sometimes sitting at it, toying with his pen, he used to say, "I ought to be putting black upon white, black upon white." Those years may have appeared barren to himself, who was always self-accusing, and those who measure genius by its output may point to his small production when they deny the genius of Oscar Wilde. Yet there are many who find that what he did write during that period of his life was sufficient to give him a very high place in English literature and amongst the philosophers of the world. These deny that he was in the right when he once said plaintively, "I have put my genius into my life. Into my books I have put my talents only." The effect that has been produced by his essay The Soul of Man, which originally appeared in the Fortnightly Review in February 1891, has been described. It brings hope and comfort to thousands of the world's most cruelly disinherited. Who shall say what has been the wide-spreading and most beneficial influence of that marvellous book, Intentions? Let one testimony be quoted. It is that of a man of the very highest scholarship and learning in England, whose bent has led him specially to study the religions and the philosophical systems of the world. "My experience may be interesting," he writes in a letter. Quote, "After taking a high degree in classics at Cambridge, and then reading literature and science for mere love of beauty and truth, I happened after about 6 years of this to come across Intentions. This first reading showed me something different from any other writer. I seemed to see the meaning of literature and art as I never had before. In fact, he taught me the secret I had always missed. I said, 'Never man spoke like this man.' It was a revelation, more so than when I read Plato. I secured all his books I could. Every friend of mine with any culture or insight seems to have the same experience on reading him. This is really a remarkable fact, and when my first judgment of him, as the best of them all, was always inviting reconsideration in my own mind, as too remarkable to be true, I found others holding the same judgment. I have always had what I don't like to call an infallible taste in art and literature. My friend can say something as to that, but I mention this absurdly egoistic belief simply because at first I had at times a lurking suspicion that my taste must be wrong, because of my estimate of Wilde, but I have never found reason to alter it." End quote. The name of the friend whom the writer quotes as his surety is, indeed, a patent of critical taste in literature, scholarship and art. Intentions, The Soul of Man, his fairy stories The Happy Prince and The House of Pomegranates, it was in these books that his philosophy was expounded. The only other work of importance which he published during this period, that is to say, from the date of his marriage until 1892, when he came to popularity and its dangers, was his novel The Picture of Dorian Gray. This story was written to the order of the proprietors of Lippincott's Monthly Magazine, an American periodical which in 1890 was publishing a complete novel by some author of repute as a supplement to the other contents. Oscar Wilde was one of the men who were invited by the editor to contribute a complete tale. When to a literary artist is given an order to produce a work of a certain length in a certain time, the result is rarely, from the point of view of art, a satisfactory one. The book must from its very nature smack of artificiality. It is the manufactured article, not the spontaneous creation of art. Oscar Wilde was at that time, when the order reached him, in considerable financial embarrassment, and people who saw him then remembered how delighted he was, poor fellow, with an order, which promised him a welcome emolument. It is not conceivable that under these circumstances he would deliberately write a book of corrupt morals calculated to pervert. He was too anxious to fill the contract with satisfaction to the proprietors of the magazine. It would have been a disaster to him if the editor of Lippincott's had refused the manuscript on the ground that the work was an immoral one, unfit for publication in the pages of a household magazine. This entirely disposes of the absurd charge that in writing Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde set himself the task of producing a corrupt book. There are people who found it so. This was one of the charges which were brought against him at the trial. He defended himself with splendid folly. If he had simply stated the facts, he would have found the defence far more effective with an Old Bailey jury. I was poor, he might have said, at the time when I was asked to write that book. If the manuscript had dissatisfied the editor and he had returned it, I could not have enforced payment if the book was an immoral one and I had deliberately written it so. Therefore, it is absurd to say that I wrote it as an immoral book. It is difficult to understand what grounds there are for so qualifying this book. It seems to any man of the world who reads it that the author is almost too emphatic in his homily against vice. He thumps his cushion with such vigour that he really jars upon one's nerves. One wonders what these vices may be which call forth such vigour of denunciation. He reminds one of Calvin, if one could associate Calvin with anything as graceful and delicate. The book might be described as silly, as obviously intended to épater les sots, for one knows of all the nasty little vices of silly little men, and the contemplation of them certainly does not excite one to any feeling of tragic horror. The whole thing is entirely artificial. It is literature, not life, and that is perhaps the cruelest thing that one says about a work which professes to be a novel. How purely Oscar Wilde in those days looked upon this book, not as the exposition of any particular creed of his, but as an article of commerce produced to order, for payment, for the middle-class market, is shown by the fact that when he was arranging to issue the book in volume form, and it was pointed out to him that the length of the manuscript didn't reach the tear exacted by the trade for goods of that kind, he willingly supplied sufficient additional matter to make up the required weight. Works of art are not thus produced. The work was a commercial speculation. He wanted money for it and from it, and he was much too level-headed a man to spoil his chances of a financial success by publishing anything which would fatally damn the work. If there be such hideous immorality in the book as certain perceive, Oscar Wilde must have written it unconsciously. His particular mania was decidedly epileptiform, and a characteristic of those maladies is that the sufferers do things being entirely unconscious that they are doing them. In this case, Dorian Gray would be the best documentary evidence of the poor man's irresponsibility for the mad acts which later disfigured his career. The whole pother about Dorian Gray is only an exemplification of the saying of the French Augustin, "Give me 3 lines of any man's writing and I will hang him." The book was not very well received. It was not at the time a commercial success. The reviewers were not enthusiastic. In the Athenaeum for 27th June 1891, we find the following brief notice of this book. Quote, "Mr. Oscar Wilde's paradoxes are less wearisome when introduced into the chatter of society than when he rolls them off in the course of his narrative. Some of the conversations in his novel are very smart, and while reading it one has the pleasant feeling, not often to be enjoyed, of being entertained by a person of decided ability. The ideas of the book may have been suggested by Balzac's Peau de Chagrin, and is none the worse for that. So much may be said for the picture of Dorian Gray, but no more except, perhaps, that the author does not appear to be in earnest. For the rest, the book is unmanly, vicious, though not exactly what is called improper, and tedious." End quote. In November of the same year there appeared the first number of The Bookman, a literary organ which specially appeals to the middle classes, and where books are mainly considered from the bookseller's point of view. The editor, Dr. Robertson Nicoll, is a very shrewd man who would have been the last person in the world to allow a book of patent immorality to be noticed in his columns. Yet not only did he allow it to be reviewed at length, but he entrusted the reviewing of it to no less a person than Walter Pater, which meant that every lover of literature in the world, almost, would read the review of Dorian Gray. Walter Pater's review is finely written, but it hardly enables one to ascertain what was his true opinion of the book. What he says about its author himself is perhaps more interesting and may be quoted. There is always something of an excellent talker about the writings of Mr. Oscar Wilde, and in his hands, as happens so rarely with those who practice it, the form of dialogue is justified by its being really alive. His genial laughter-loving sense of life and its enjoyable intercourse goes far to obviate any crudity that might be in the paradox, with which, as with the bright and shining truth which often underlies it, Mr. Wilde, startling his countrymen, carries on, more perhaps than any other writer, the brilliant critical work of Matthew Arnold. The Decay of Lying, for instance, is all but unique in its half-humorous yet wholly convinced presentment of certain valuable truths of criticism. Conversational ease, the fluidity of life, felicitous expression are qualities which have a natural alliance to the successful writing of fiction, and side by side with Mr. Wilde's intentions, so he entitles his critical efforts, comes a novel, certainly original, and affording the reader a fair opportunity of comparing his practice as a creative artist with many a precept he has denounced as critic concerning it." End quote. Lower down, Walter Pater says, quote, "A true Epicureanism aims at a complete though harmonious development of a man's entire organism. To lose the moral sense, therefore, for instance, the sense of sin and righteousness, as Mr. Wilde's hero, his heroes are bent on doing as speedily, as completely as they can, is to lose or lower organism to become less complex, to pass from a higher to a lower degree of development. Dorian himself, though certainly a quite unsuccessful experiment in Epicureanism, in life as a fine art, till his inward spoiling takes visible effect suddenly and in a moment at the end of his story, a beautiful creation. But his story is also a vivid, though carefully considered exposure of the corruption of a soul, with a very plain moral pushed home to the effect that vice and crime make people coarse and ugly." End quote. It is one of the strangest things in literary history that this book should have been indicted as an immoral work willfully written to corrupt the reader. Oscar Wilde was indignant with his critics, and in the Daily Chronicle for 2nd July 1890, and the Scots Observer for 12th July, 2nd August and 16th, he published certain replies to these criticisms. One of his remarks has often been quoted. He said that he did not wish to become a popular novelist. "It is far too easy," he said. The Scots Observer, which afterwards became the National Observer, was under the direction of Mr. Henley, who was considered an arbiter of matters of literature. Oscar Wilde had considerable admiration for this man. He is reported to have said, "The essays of the Renaissance are my golden book. I never travel without them, but it is the very flower of the decadence. The last trumpet should have sounded at the moment it was written." A man who was present said, "But Mr. Wilde, won't you give us time to read them?" "Oh, for that," said Oscar Wilde, "you will have time in either world." After his first meeting with Henley, during which while the editor of the Scots Observer was grim and sardonic and said nothing, while Oscar was exceptionally brilliant, he said, "I had to strain every nerve in conversation to equal Henley." Henley afterwards remarked of Wilde, "He is the sketch of a great man." Oscar's brilliant endowments had won him many enemies. He was widely envied. But his detractors had the sop of consolation that in the commercial sense of the word he was not successful. They were able to point to a very great number of writers, journalists and novelists who were making very much larger incomes than Oscar Wilde. This was not difficult, for he was making no income at all. In a commercial country where repute goes by earnings, and talent is estimated by what it produces in actual hard cash, it was an easy matter under these circumstances for Oscar's enemies to deny that he had any talent at all. They did not fail to take advantage of the opportunity. Until the end of 1891, it was the common comment on him that he had advertised himself into notoriety by posturings of various kinds, but that there was really nothing in him, that the public had no use for him, and that but for his wife's income he would have found his social level long since. These statements gave pleasure and solace to the jealous. The time was close at hand when Oscar Wilde was to show them that he understood as well as any man the secret of great popularity, and that he could make money with his pen. After the brilliant success of his first play, Lady Windermere's Fan, it was no longer open to people to say that the public would have none of him. It created great heartburnings in London, much hypertrophy of the gall bladders. Yet if his enemies could only have foreseen to what disaster success was to hurry him, none more eagerly than they would have joined in the frantic applause with which every night his theatre rang. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. The year 1892 was the annus mirabilis of our poor hero's life. It was to put within his grasp those things which seemed desirable to him, the things for which he had laboured so long amidst such disappointments and with efforts so varied. He was not to know then, nor were his delighted friends to know, what success was to bring in its train, nor what would be the dreadful effect of the intoxicating draught of triumph which at last he was able to raise to his lips in the golden beaker of popular fame. The year began auspiciously for him, for in January the foremost organ of English criticism, the Athenaeum, which had steadily censured his work in the past, reviewed in a flattering and advantageous manner another collection of short stories, Lord Arthur Savile's Crime and Other Stories, which had been published in the previous July by Messrs. Osgood, McIlvaine and Company. These stories were meant to teach nothing. They were amusettes merely, intended to interest and amuse, pot-boilers, as the argot of the craft calls them. When Oscar Wilde wrote apropos of the reviews of Dorian Gray that he had no wish to become a popular novelist because that was far too easy, he was indulging in no vainglorious boast. Ne fact c'est toi qui veut could not be said to him. It was a positive fact that had he chosen to write marketable stuff, there was nobody in London who could have produced a more saleable and more popular line of fictional reading matter. He could invent amusette stories by the hundreds. Many of his friends have heard him do it. When he was living in Charles Street, Grosvenor Square, his brother Willie, who used to write stories for the papers and the magazines, often came to him in the mornings, while Oscar was still in bed, and would say, "Oscar, I want the plot of a story or two. Yeats is asking me for some." Then Oscar, still puffing his cigarette, would begin to invent stories. One morning, a friend of his recalls, he thus invented the plots of 6 short stories for his brother in less than half an hour. The stories were afterwards written and proved very popular. He furnished many other men with the ideas which nature had refused to them. He equipped many writers with their entire stock in trade. The mere eavesdropper at his door showed that he could found a literary reputation and a fortune on such fragments of Oscar Wilde's conversation as, straining his ears, he was able to overhear. In Lord Arthur Savile's Crime, he gives a specimen of this kind of work. It is not an exaggeration to say that had he chosen, he could have produced a volume of at least equal merit every month of his life. But he despised work of that kind. It was far too easy. Still, the elements of popularity and of financial reward were there. Here, for instance, is the opinion of the Athenaeum referred to above. Now, the Athenaeum's opinions have an undoubted effect on the trade, and it is in the hands of the retail bookseller that the fame and fortune of literary craftsmen rest in our commercial England. Mr. Oscar Wilde's little book of stories, so runs this review which appeared in the number for 23rd January 1892, is capital. They are delightfully humorous, witty and fresh, sparkling with good things, full of vivacity and well put together. Quote, "The Canterville Ghost is a first-rate ghost story told partly from the point of view of the ghost himself, a most refreshing novelty, and partly from that of the American family who have bought the ancestral home of the Cantervilles. Lord Arthur Savile's Crime is a very good story too, told in the vein of drollery which is quite distinctive. These 2 pieces will bear reading aloud, a decidedly severe test." Unquote. As late as last year, there was on sale in one of the second-hand bookshops in London a copy of this book, which was inscribed, "Constance, from Oscar, July 91. It was the copy which he had presented to his wife. In this volume the following passages were marked in pencil, no doubt by the author himself, wishing to call attention to certain parts of the book which Sterne, had he been the writer, would probably have printed on purple patches. It will give a taste of the quality of this book if we reproduce 3 passages so marked. Quote, "Actors are so fortunate. They can choose whether they will appear in tragedy or in comedy, whether they will suffer or make merry, laugh or shed tears. But in real life it is so different. Most men and women are forced to perform parts for which they have no qualifications. Our Guildensterns play Hamlet for us, and our Hamlet has to jest like Prince Hal. The world is a stage, but the play is badly cast. And yet it was not the mystery, but the comedy of suffering that struck him, its absolute uselessness, its grotesque want of meaning, how incoherent everything seemed, how lacking in all harmony. He was amazed at the discord between the shallow optimism of the day and the real facts of existence. He was still very young." Unquote. It was perhaps not, after all, to draw the attention of his wife to the purple patches in his book that Oscar Wilde made those pencil marks in this volume. It was perhaps in one of those lucid moments of foreboding which come to certain men. He may have foreseen the part that was to be forced upon him to play, have felt in advance the absolute uselessness of the suffering which he was to undergo, and have detected behind the shallow optimism of the day what were the real facts of existence. In the concluding words of the third passage, we also detect a strange application to his own case as the future was to reveal it. "The great piles of vegetables looked like masses of jade against the morning sky, like masses of green jade against the pink petals of some marvellous rose. Lord Arthur felt curiously affected, but could not tell why. There was something in the dawn's loveliness that seemed to him inexpressibly pathetic, and he thought of all the days that break in beauty and that set in storm." Unquote. The time was, however, now at hand when his apparent optimism and that mask of strong confidence in himself, which gave such umbrage to his rivals, were to receive at the hands of the British public their fullest warranty. It was on the night of 20th February that there was produced at the St. James's Theatre the new and original play in 4 acts, Lady Windermere's Fan, by Oscar Wilde. The performance announced itself as a success even before the curtain had risen on the first act. The house was full, the audience was a friendly one. Still, London society was yet unconquered. The audience, if friendly, was not a brilliant one. It was le grand bohème that came to judge of Oscar Wilde as a dramatist. Never, says a contemporary writer, did audience at a premiere appear less brilliantly attired. The duchesses, countesses, and other grandes dames, whose foibles and follies were to be held up over the footlights, were absent. Amongst the ladies present whose toilettes were noticed were Mrs. Bram Stoker in a wonderful evening wrap of striped brocade, Mrs. Jopling Rowe, becomingly arrayed in shrimp pink lightly accented with black, Mrs. Pinero, Miss Julia Neilson, and Miss Florence Terry. Mrs. Oscar Wilde was there, and we read that, quote, "she looked charming in her pale blue brocaded gown made after the fashion of Charles I's time, with its long tabbed bodice, slashed sleeves, and garniture of old lace and pearls." Unquote. Amongst other distinguished people in the audience were Mrs. Langtry, Mrs. Campbell Pride, Mr. Bancroft, Mrs. Hare, Mr. Charles Matthews, Mr. Inderwick, Dr. Playfair, Mr. Luke Fildes, Mr. Forbes Robertson, and Mr. Oswald Crawford. The success of the play was never in doubt, and here again Oscar Wilde's peculiar genius triumphed. He established the falsity of that axiom, "the play is the thing," which the greatest of dramatists laid for the guidance of future playwrights. His play was not the thing to which he had paid attention, on which he had laboured. His story was of the kind which has always tempted tyro dramatists. It was only another version of The Wife's Secret. For the first night or two of Lady Windermere's Fan, the secret of Mrs. Erlin's identity was kept from the audience until the denouement, which was, of course, the greatest mistake that the playwright could have committed. Mrs. Erlin is Lady Windermere's mother, a déclassée who is supposed to be dead, but whom Lord Windermere befriends for her daughter's sake. From this proceeds the entanglement. In a caricature of Oscar Wilde, which appeared in the following number of Punch, he was represented as leaning on a pedestal with his elbow propped upon volumes of Odette, Francillon, and Les Supplices d'une Femme, to make room for which a bust of Shakespeare has been dethroned. At his feet is a volume of Sheridan's comedies. The suggestion was, of course, that he had drawn his inspiration from these various works. Many other plays in which the donnée is almost identical with that of Lady Windermere's fan might have been cited. The question was not there. It was by his way of treating a time-old subject that he scored his great success. His dialogue was wonderful because it was he himself talking all the time, and he never failed to charm and delight, almost to the point of mental intoxication, those who were privileged to listen to him. There was no reason that his success should have been any smaller here. For the rest, the play was beautifully produced. The dresses and decorations were magnificent, and the acting, far from being, as Oscar Wilde once put it, a source of danger in the perfect representation of a work of art, made a play of what risked at one time to be classed only as a spoken extravaganza. At the end of the performance, in answer to the enthusiastic calls of the audience, Oscar Wilde came in front of the curtain. He was carrying a half-smoked cigarette in his hand. He made a curious speech, in which he said that he was pleased that they had enjoyed themselves, which was what he could say of himself. The carrying of a cigarette and the tone of the speech were most adversely commented upon by the critics. Clement Scott in Monday's Daily Telegraph was severe on the breach of manners committed. Quote, "When undeterred by manager, unchecked by the public voice, unreprimanded by men, and tacitly encouraged by women, an author lounges in front of the footlights without any becoming deference of attitude, takes no trouble to fling aside his half-smoked cigarette, and proceeds to compliment the audience on its good sense in liking what he himself has condescended to admire." Unquote. In truth, the chastisement administered was much more severe. These are some extracts from the article which appeared in that journal. Quote, "It is strange that the legitimate Irish successor to Joe Miller should have forgotten one of the stalest stories of his native Dublin. There was once on a time a row in a Dublin gallery. 'Throw him over! Throw him out!' were the cries vociferously yelled by the gods. But during the lull there came a reproving voice. 'Be easy, boys, don't waste him. Spoil a fiddler with him.' They were dangerously near spoiling a fiddler with Oscar Wilde last Saturday night. No one was quite prepared for his last move in calm effrontery, deliberately planned and gratuitously offensive. It took the whole audience aback. But when the meaning of the whole thing dawned upon those present, when it was discovered that the so-called dramatist was calmly puffing himself between the whiffs of a cigarette in a public playhouse, I could see the fists and toes of countless men nervously twitching. They wanted to get at him. Luckily for Oscar, the well-known Pittites and gallery boys did not patronise the St. James Theatre, else that famous speech would never have been finished without serious damage to Mr. Alexander's property." Unquote. In Punch of the following week, the incident was the subject of an article illustrated with the caricature referred to above, and entitled "A Wilde Tag to a Tame Play," where Oscar Wilde's gaucherie was humorously, and not too unkindly, satirised. For that his conduct was nothing but a gaucherie, It needs not charity to believe. It is obvious. The man was under the shock of a great joy. He had temporarily lost his head. He did not know what he was doing. We have all read of the strange antics which dramatic authors have performed under similar emotion. Daudet, for instance, used to go rushing along the streets of Paris like a madman. In Oscar's case, emotion would be all the more overwhelming that the verdict of the audience that night meant for him rescue from all the forlorn makeshifts and hazardous expedients of his career, release from poverty, popular affirmation of a talent which his detractors had persistently denied. All those things, in fact, which artists may disdain, but for lack of which they perish. He was a bulky, full-blooded man. The blood rushed to his head, and he was unconscious of what he was doing. As to the cigarette, well, it was half smoked. It had not been lighted for the purpose of the entry. He was such a habitual smoker that probably he did not even know that he had a cigarette in his hand. Such smokers notice nothing except when they are not smoking. As to his remarks, it was the bafouillage of a man who was not master of himself. Possibly he remembered vaguely in his confusion that the Latin dramatists used to put into the mouths of the actor who spoke last a message to the audience to applaud. Poor Oscar's classical training played him unconsciously a nasty trick. His vos plaudite was taken as an offence. The thing is so obvious. Is it probable that a man who had been struggling for years for success, popularity, and money from his profession would deliberately insult his audience and ruin the prospects which had shown themselves so rosy? The man was not a fool, and it seems as unlikely, unless we are to consider him suffering that night from one of the attacks of his epileptiform malady, that he would have acted as he did from a deliberate and calculated wish to treat his patrons with insolent arrogance, as that he purposely made a corrupt and immoral book of his novel. For the rest, the London public took no notice of the incident. The author's private manners did not concern it at all. There was a good play to be seen at the St. James's Theatre, and London went to see it. The opinion then expressed has been ratified since. The play has frequently been revived, and each time with increased success. It is playing this year in America before enthusiastic houses. On the continent, with the exception perhaps of Italy, this play meets with little approval. For the French it is chose vue. The Germans speak of it as a Gartenmauer comedy, which means something that appeals only to the public in a certain environment. As he drove home radiant that night, Oscar Wilde could say to himself, "I am the author of Lady Windermere's Fan." No doubt that he did say it. May it be hoped that no foreboding came to trouble his tranquil joy, no foreboding of the time so close at hand when he might be called by no other name than that. 3 years of prosperity and triumph were to be accorded to him. The period of want was over. He was acknowledged one of the first playwrights on the English stage. His income sprang from nothing to several thousands a year. During this period of 3 years, he produced successfully 3 other plays. On 19th April 1893 was performed his A Woman of No Importance. On this occasion, he was blamed for not responding to the cry of the audience for a speech. This time, however, he had kept his head, for such emotions as had moved him on the night of his first success came to a man once only in life. A Woman of No Importance, frequently played since, formerly as by the author of Lady Windermere's Fan, and now under the author's real name, has continued to please and amuse the English-speaking audiences of 2 worlds. In 1895, he produced 2 plays of a very different character. The one, An Ideal Husband, was first brought out on 3rd January. The Times critic wrote of this performance, quote, An Ideal Husband was brought out last night with a similar degree of success to that which has attended Mr. Wilde's previous productions. It is a similar degree of success due to similar causes. For An Ideal Husband is marked by the same characteristics as Lady Windermere's Fan and A Woman of No Importance. There is a group of well-dressed men and women on the stage talking a strained, inverted, but rather amusing idiom, while the action, the dramatic motive, springs from a conventional device of the commonest order of melodrama." Unquote. The Athenaeum's criticism may also be quoted in part. It endeavours to explain Oscar Wilde's dramaturgical process, and to account for his undeniable success. Quote, "One of the constituent elements of wit is the perception of analogies in things apparently disparate and incongruous. Accepting this as a canon, and testing it by the pretensions of Oscar Wilde in his latest play, the writer might be pronounced the greatest of wits, inasmuch as he perceives analogies in things absolutely antagonistic. His presumable end is gained, since a chorus of laughter attends his propositions or paradoxes. It requires, however, gifts of a kind not usually accorded to humanity to think out a statement such as, 'High intellectual pleasures make girls' noses large,' 'Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast,' 'All reasons are absurd,' and the like." Unquote. An intimate friend of Oscar Wilde's remembers talking of this criticism with the playwright. Quote, "It is not very difficult, Oscar," he said, "to see what suggested to you the statements which the critic finds so weird. When you wrote that about girls' noses, you had probably in mind the connection between the pains of thought and that French expression which describes the lengthening of the nose as an outward physical sign of mental perplexity or chagrin, faire un nez. As to the remark about dull people being brilliant at breakfast, you obviously meant that nervous, high-strung people, people of pleasure, of thought, of midnight labours, are, in fact, at their worst at breakfast time, when by contrast with them, the eupeptic, healthy people, not of nervous temperaments, appear at their best." "You are quite right," said Oscar. "But you overlook the third statement complained of. All reasons are absurd." Till then, Oscar Wilde's success as a playwright had been great, yet he had not so far shown even a small part of the splendid service which it was in his power to render to the gaiety of our nation. In the early part of January, he devoted a fortnight to the writing of a comedy of the farcical order, to which he gave the name of The Importance of Being Earnest. This was produced for the first time on 14th February at the St. James's Theatre. The author described this piece himself as a trivial comedy for serious people. He is reported also to have said of it that the first act is ingenious, the second beautiful, the third abominably clever. As a matter of fact, the whole is abominably clever, while perhaps also both ingenuity and beauty are lacking. The plot certainly displays none of the former quality and beauty, except in the abstract sense which applies to any work of art which is close to perfection of its kind, has of course nothing to do in that galère. Clever it is beyond praise, because here once again we have Oscar Wilde joking as only Oscar Wilde could joke. It is an extravaganza spoken by Oscar through the mouths of a number of men and women. Quote, "Almost every sentence of the dialogue," said the Times critic next morning, "bristles with epigram of the now accepted pattern, the manufacture of this being apparently conducted by its patentee with the same facility as the butter woman's rank to market." Unquote. Quote, "Yet frivolous, saucy and impertinent as Mr. Wilde's dialogue is," wrote the Athenaeum critic, "and uncharacteristic also, since every personage in the drama says the same thing, It is, in a way, diverting. The audience laughs consumedly, and the critic, even though he should chafe, which is surely superfluous, laughs also in spite of himself. There is, moreover, a grave serenity of acquiescence in the most monstrous propositions that is actually and highly humorous." Unquote. The writer of At the Play, in the March number of the Theatre, found the, quote, "new trivial comedy a bid for popularity in the direction of farce. Stripped of its Oscarisms, regarded purely as a dramatic exercise, it is not even a good specimen of its class." Unquote. The critic, in truth, fairly surrendered at last. Quote, "I have not the slightest intention of seriously criticising Mr. O. Wilde's piece at the St. James's," he writes under the heading of "The Importance of Being Oscar. As well might one sit down after dinner and attempt gravely to discuss the true inwardness of a soufflé. Nor, unfortunately, is it necessary to enter into details as to its wildly farcical plot. As well might one, after a successful display of fireworks in the back garden, set to work laboriously to analyse the composition of a Catherine wheel. At the same time, I wish to admit, fairly and frankly, that the importance of being earnest amused me very much." Unquote. The public had never had a moment's hesitation about the play. Each audience laughed as never has audience laughed before in a theatre where the work of an English writer of comedy has been performed. Oscar Wilde had transplanted to London the exuberant gaiety of Paris, without appealing by even the faintest suggestion to that fumier of which Heine spoke as being the soil on which all French comedy and farce thrive. The play is a clean play, a play of the knockabout farcical order, with this tremendous distinction that the knockabout here is not a physical conflict, but a perpetual tussle of wit and repartee. It was aptly described as a fantastic farce. We had here the true Oscar, or rather one of the true Oscars, full of rollicking, boyish, extravagant humour, turning to mirth all things. Many people who had all along been hostile to him as a man and as a writer, who had seen nothing in his works, and had professed to be bored by his more serious comedies, became Wilde's men heart and soul after having witnessed this play. A great Irish writer remarked recently that after he had seen The Importance of Being Earnest in Dublin, he began to look forward with impatience to the day when Oscar Wilde's ashes should be brought from Bagneux Cemetery back to his native land, and a statue to the great dramatist should be raised on the banks of the Anna Liffey. And those were the words of a cynical man of the world, ever chary of praise. After that night at the St. James's Theatre, London felt itself, indeed, the imperial city which is under tribute to no other nation for its enjoyments as for its wants. One may fancy what would have been the feeling of the Romans if one day a dramatist had risen up amongst them who rendered their arena free of grease. Our pride was flattered. We could hurl back the reproach of national dullness. We foresaw with pleasurable and gratified anticipation the return to the English stage of the laurel wreath that centuries ago had been wrested from us by the foreigner. We felt that we could close our front door and put out a notice to the Ibsens, the Scribes, the Sardous, the Mosers, the Brissons, the Capuses, and the rest, that we thanked them kindly for their calls, but that we needed nothing that day or on any subsequent day. Alas, not one of those who witnessed that wonderful premiere at the St. James's Theatre, unless, indeed, somewhere in the stalls or boxes there may have been seated in observation some acute pathologist, did realise that the very brilliancy which so delighted him was but a symptom of a cruel mental disease. The cleverness displayed appeared to the dazzled audience supernatural. It was so indeed. As one may see in the circus ring clowns and acrobats who perform prodigious feats, because before they came into the arena they have stimulated to the uttermost their nerves and muscles, and for a short time indeed do appear to be capable of deeds of skill and daring which no ordinary man might with impunity attempt. As one sees in the Indian bazaar the feeble fakir, frenzied with drugs, running a tigerish course of devastation and murder, so here too an agency was at work which had forced the genius of the man who so impressed us with its splendour over the narrow borderline of which Dryden speaks. From circumstances which so soon afterwards became matters of public knowledge and dismay, there can be no doubt that it was a diseased brain which had fashioned for delight and laughter these splendid and exuberant imaginings. It will be remembered that in the early part of 1892, Oscar Wilde suddenly passed from a precarious and troubled existence, from which sheer penury was not always absent, to a height of prosperity and prospects of great wealth and power. Even the strongest heads have been known to turn under such a shock. In Oscar Wilde's case, we have a man who, by predisposition and atavism on both sides of his family, was one least prepared to withstand a shock so powerful. Physical causes contributed to inflame what may be described as the psychical traumatism caused by this blow. He was ever a man fond of the pleasures of the table, of wines and spirits, and the use of the narcotic tobacco. Till that point in his career, absence of means had put a certain check upon extravagant indulgence. After his accession to prosperity, this check was removed, and for many months, indeed, for the period of 3 years, he was overstimulating his body and poisoning his nerve centres to an extent which is revealed to us by the complete state of neurasthenia into which he fell shortly before his death. A very distinguished lady who has made a life study of the question of nutrition on the mental state of man recently expressed in a letter her conviction that it was to his irregular mode of life that much of Oscar Wilde's downfall could be attributed, both before and after his confinement in a jail. "My belief is," she wrote to the author of The Story of an Unhappy Friendship, quote, "and you seem to suggest something of the same kind, that the prison fare restored his health and his brain, and that, had he had some really true friend who could have kept all alcohol and all meat and high living from him, he would have returned to his poor wife and all would have been different. I am so entirely convinced this is the case in hundreds of cases. The return to old drinks and the old foods reproduces the old self-same mental aberration which continually makes prisoners return to exactly the same state they were in before they went to prison, and to commit the same crimes." End quote. The temperance lecturers, if they had courage to quote the example, could find in the cases of those two brilliant men, William and Oscar Wilde, most striking demonstrations of the truth of their teachings and the importance of their warnings. The man who drinks may not injure himself. He may not die in good repute and lie buried under eulogistic marble, but he transmits to his aftercomers in their life-blood the very germs of dissolution, crime and death. Oscar paid in his innocent person the toll that nature exacted for the centuries of Hibernian conviviality of rollicking ancestors. He was never once intoxicated in his life, except in the very last mournful weeks of his life when he sought in alcohol a stimulus to his flagging brain. He held excess in abhorrence. Yet by reason of his descendants, his indulgences, such as they were, in strong drink and gormandizing on stimulating foods, which would have been harmless to a man not predisposed by heredity, incontestably produced the terrible mischief which was the cause of his ruin, disgrace, and death. We have in his life the clearest demonstration of this fact. One has but to compare his mental, moral and physical condition while he was leading a life of excess with the man whom we see in his cell in Reading Gaol writing De Profundis. Max Nordau was in the right when he spoke of Oscar Wilde as a degenerate, and his essay would have had more effect had it been worded with more charity and less rancour. There was in the composition of that wonderful brain hidden somewhere a demon factor which the coup de fouet of alcohol and excess of stimulating food could lash into periodical activity. The evidence is very strong that Oscar Wilde's special form of disease was epileptiform, as indeed are all the most cruel afflictions of the brain. One striking characteristic of these formidable maladies is that their victim, who, while under the influence of the paroxysm he commits the most atrocious deeds, is, when he recovers his sanity, totally unconscious of what he has done. When Hall Caine, some years ago, was preparing for a book on drunkenness, he was supplied by the great American temperance lecturer, Gough, with an illustration of the fatal dangers of drink to certain natures. A man, related Gough, woke up one morning in the lock-up in New York, horribly ashamed to find himself, a worthy, respectable citizen, in such a place. He called to the warder and asked him what could have caused his arrest. "I suppose I got drunk last night," he said. "You did so," said the warder. "My poor wife!" cried the man, bitterly ashamed. "What will she say when she hears that?" He then asked how soon it would be before he was taken before the magistrate to pay his fine and to return home. "You won't go up today," said the warder. "You are in for murder. You killed someone last night." The horrified prisoner refused to believe it. When at last the dreadful truth dawned upon him that the warder was speaking seriously, and that, indeed, his hands were stained in blood, he thought first of all the misery and consternation which this would produce at home. "My poor wife! My poor wife!" he cried. "Why, man," cried the warder, almost indignantly, for he supposed the man to be feigning ignorance, "sure and it's your wife that ye've murdered." This was without a doubt a man suffering, though he did not know it, from an epileptiform affliction. He was a man who, if he had never got drunk, might have lived a blameless and honoured life. The alcohol had whipped the sleeping fiend into activity. There are thousands of men walking about London at this moment who are in his case. One reads every day in the law reports, in the sordid and mournful records of the police courts and the Old Bailey, of cases which exactly tally with this one. That Oscar Wilde's psychopathia was the same, every piece of evidence that we have before us goes to confirm. Alcohol was sheer poison to him. All the extraordinary acts which he committed, the acts of sheer insanity, were committed not when he was drunk, for he never was drunk, but when alcohol had developed an epileptic crisis in his head. It is such a pity that people, because they are still so entirely under the stupid domination of the Church, will not approach the consideration of these matters in a purely scientific spirit. After each crisis, Oscar Wilde seems to have been totally unconscious of having done anything bad, detestable, shameful, or even unusual. Under no other condition could he have maintained the serene and tranquil dignity which stamped him in his sane moments. Many of his friends refused to believe one word of the charges brought against him when the terrible revelations of the Old Bailey were made. Many even today refuse to believe them. It must be remembered also that until the very day of his arrest, his wife had not the faintest suspicion of anything wrong in his conduct. Such consummate dissimulation, where it is not hypocrisy, and Oscar Wilde was no hypocrite, could not be a hypocrite, was too arrogant to be a hypocrite, is invariably the concomitant of the worst forms of madness. During the 3 or 4 years of his excessive indulgences in drink and food, his conduct appears, from what was heard afterwards, to have caused disquietude to his friends, and disgust to his enemies. After his downfall, one heard that during that time his example had made London, quote, impossible. This one man, it was stated, had corrupted the metropolis of the world's greatest empire. He had infected 6 millions of men and women. These statements, when people came to reflect, did not appear, even to those who had never paused to consider causes, so entirely preposterous. It was remembered that, during the period referred to, the language of certain market porters, cornermen, and fishwives in London had been far from select, that during those years the divorce courts had never once suspended their sittings, except in times of vacation, that the attendances at many churches and chapels in the metropolis had often been mournfully exiguous, and that it was dangerous for any respectable woman to walk alone and unattended after midnight in the Haymarket or Piccadilly. It is incontestable also that during that period a number of minor writers of verse, who called themselves new hedonists or modern decadents, published little books of unpleasing verses, and that 1 or 2 publishers did in the issuing of these verses realize a certain competency. But the readers of these verses were very few, and the nasty little poets soon crept back into their suburban kennels to take to easier and more remunerative forms of writing. If one looks today for the pornographic Pleiad, which was oozed forth onto the surface of the London mud in those days, it is not even in the purlieus of Parnassus that such individuals as have survived will be found. They are middle-aged now, the new hedonists, whiskered and paunchy. The thin veneer of artistry has long since been peeled off their faces, and the rank stigmata of the Philistine now stand forth. There is a horrible passage in one of Lombroso's books in which, writing of criminal women, he says that in youth it is very difficult, almost impossible, for the physiologist to detect the sure signs of their criminality. The freshness of their complexions, the chubbiness of their faces hide the stigmata. It is only towards middle age that these signs, which all along have been there, though concealed by the mask of youth, come forth in all their horrible significance. This passage often occurs to him who today considers the men who formed the band of decadents and hedonists, who mimicked Oscar Wilde in his acts of insanity, thinking in that wise to gain some of the refulgence which shone from the genius of his lucid intervals. During those years he frequently crossed to Paris. There at least, and speaking generally, no suspicion assailed him. In the essay by Henri de Renière, to which reference has been made above, we find a pen portrait of him as he was at that time, and before quoting it, it may be as well to put down what was the opinion of this writer on Oscar Wilde, as he summed it up at the end of his essay, which, it should be remembered, was written after all the exposure had taken place. In any case, he writes, quote, "We may ignore what was his manner of life in London, and recall only that we met in Paris an amiable and eloquent gentleman of that name who all will remember who are fond of beautiful language and beautiful stories." Unquote. This is the picture which Henri de Renière paints of Oscar Wilde in the early 90s. Quote, "Each year, in the spring and sometimes in the winter, one used to meet a perfect English gentleman in Paris. He used to lead in Paris the life which Monsieur Paul Bourget, for instance, might lead in London, frequenting artists and showing himself in salons and fashionable restaurants in the company of the leaders of mundane society, seeking, in one word, all things which can interest a man who knows how to think and who knows how to live. This foreigner was tall and of great corpulence. A high complexion seemed to give still greater width to his clean-shaven and proconsular face. It was the unbearded, glabre face that one sees on coins. The eyes smiled, the hands seemed to be beautiful. They were rather fleshy and plump, and one of them was ornamented with a ring in which a beetle of green stone was set. The man's tall figure allowed of his wearing ample and masterly frock coats, which opened out on somewhat loud waistcoats of smooth velvet or flowered satins. Oriental cigarettes with gold tips were ever consuming themselves into smoke in his mouth. A rare blossom in his buttonhole gave a finishing touch to his rich attire, in which every detail seemed to have been carefully studied. From cab to cab, from café to café, from salon to salon, he moved with the lazy gait of a stout man who is rather weary. He carried on his correspondence by means of telegrams, and his conversation by means of apologues. He passed from a luncheon with Monsieur Barré to a dinner with Monsieur Maurice, for he was curious about all kinds of thoughts and manners of thinking, and the bold, concise, and ingenious ideas of the former interested him as much as the short, sonorous, and peremptory affirmations of the latter. Paris welcomed this traveller with a certain amount of curiosity. Monsieur Théodore d'Oizoat scratched him, but nothing disturbed his stolid bearing, his smiling serenity, and his mocking beatitude. Which of us did not meet him during those years? I also had the pleasure of seeing him, and of seeing him again sometimes. His name was Oscar Wilde. He was an English poet and a man of wit." Unquote. However, when he was accompanied, as he sometimes was, by the evil genius of his life, he seems in Paris also to have displayed eccentricities which did not escape the keen and satirical observation of certain. In Octave Mirbeau's book Le Journal d'une Femme de Chambre, there is a picture of Oscar Wilde which reveals him as the poser that he seemed to be when his fits were upon him, or when he had at his side to prompt him the corrupting influence which we have indicated. Mirbeau describes a soirée, a dinner party in the Grande Bohème of Paris, at which are present two English guests, Lucien Sartoris and Sir Harry Kimberley. The characteristic of these two friends are described in the crude realism of expression which is employed throughout the book by Mirbeau. Sir Harry Kimberley is Oscar Wilde. It is apparent that Mirbeau must have met him at some such dinner party as is depicted here, and that Oscar Wilde was talking nonsense. He records a long story which Oscar Wilde told on that occasion, adding just enough of his own to carry the bathos of it to its lowest point. He castigates the attitudes of the foolish women who were listening and quotes their foolish comments. The incident covers many pages of the book. Kimberley concludes his story by saying, "And that is why I have dipped the point of my golden knife in the preserves which the Kanaka virgins had prepared, in honour of a betrothal such as our century, ignorant of beauty, never saw the like of in splendour and magnificence." After the dinner, Kimberley goes from group to group asking, "Have you drunk of the milk of the fisher weasel? Oh, drink the milk of the fisher weasel. It is so ravishing." We see here the Oscar Wilde as he was at first during that scene which is described by Jean-Joseph Renaud. But unlike as on that occasion, he was unconscious of the effect that he was producing. We find also in The Story of an Unhappy Friendship that the author, who was one of Oscar Wilde's oldest friends, visiting him in January of 1895, detected a surprising change in him both physically and mentally. This is the passage referred to. Quote, "It was at Christmas that I met him last before the catastrophe of 1895, and my impression was altogether a painful one. He was not the friend I had known and admired for so many years. I dined with him at Tite Street. For once there was no pleasure, but distress rather, in the occasion. He looked bloated. His face seemed to have lost its spiritual beauty and was oozing with material prosperity. And his conversation also was not agreeable. I concluded that too much good living and too much success had momentarily affected him both morally and physically. There is an American slang phrase which exactly describes the impression that he produced upon me. He seemed to be suffering from a swollen head." Unquote. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. When one contemplates the spectacle afforded by this man of genius, endowed with gifts which made for the pride and joy of the nation, and which in this sense were part of the imperial inheritance, it must fill many with regret that we do not live in England under the sway of a sagacious and benevolent autocrat. If, as, from the evidence that is now before us, appears patent, there were times in Oscar Wilde's life when his conduct, his utterances, his demeanour must have revealed to any but the most superficial observer that the man was not entirely responsible at certain times and under certain influences, what a subject for regret must it ever be that no authority there was which, able to disregard the democratic clamour of the absolute right of man to complete personal liberty, could have imposed upon him a necessary wholesome and politic restraint. Had Louis XIV been living as autocrat of England, or even Napoleon, and had there raised itself in the centre of London a beneficent Bastille, what grander use could there ever have been for the discreet lettre de cachet, which for a time would have put the man under that salutary restraint, which afterwards, under tragic circumstances, worked in his whole organism a reformation so astonishing and so splendid? But alas, we live under a democratic government, with all the incoherences which must proceed from the association of two ideas, democracy and government, so antagonistic. We profess such respect for the liberty of the individual that we complacently look on at the antics of the partially demented until some act is committed which puts him within the grasp of the law. We then punish him for a crime which is our own, and, accomplices before the fact, we force him to bear the responsibility which is entirely ours. It is painfully illogical, but where the mob is allowed to interfere in matters of government, nothing else is to be expected. In Oscar Wilde's case, things happened as they do in democratic governments. His intermittent insanity, stimulated by the worst influences, led him to acts which at last enabled the authorities to move, and that restraint was put upon him which, applied in another fashion, would have preserved to England one of the men most fitted to serve her in the field of intellectual delight. The criminal law interfered at last, and great scandal was thereby caused, which could have been avoided by a Monsieur de Sartine, or other public interferer acting in the general interests of the public and the private interests of the man, if our common sense allowed of the employment of an official so useful. Various causes contributed to the gust of horror by which the unhappy man, after these exposures, was swept over into the bottomless abyss. For centuries past, the promptings of his insanity have been invested in the public mind, at least as far as England and her English-speaking colonies are concerned, with all the dread that acts of sacrilege inspire. When in the reign of Queen Elizabeth the secular courts took over from the ecclesiastical tribunals the estimate of criminality and the punishment of offenders, there were thus transmitted for all their rigours 3 classes of offence, for which the Church had a special designation, not to be heard by ears polite. Of these, heresy was one, and usury another. We have lived down the horror that heresy used to inspire, and we no longer, those of us who are of the established Church, desire to see nonconformist ministers burned at any stake. And as to usury, which term covers banking and other financial operations, we have grown in England to look upon the pursuit of this as one of the most desirable and respectable professions that a man can follow. Yet in the times of Queen Elizabeth, the practice of heterodoxy and such financial methods as flourish today were acts of sacrilege, and inspired people with the horror of such. The hatred which suddenly blazed forth against Wilde in the masses of the people proceeded from this instinctive horror of sacrilegious acts. One must go back to the Middle Ages, to the times when the odium theologicum burned most fiercely, to find any such outbreak of public indignation against a single man. Contributory causes were the detestation in which society held the writer who had so mercilessly exposed its follies, pretences, and vices. The long-harboured rancour of the Calvinists, to whom Wilde had given mortal offence by his audacity in teaching that life was a very good thing, that the world was full of pleasures, and that the man lived most wisely who most enjoyed all the good things that human existence can afford. The personal enmity of a great number of people, provoked by a variety of motives, none honourable nor worthy, but all human. Amongst the indifferent, the satisfaction at the man's removal was akin to that which the owl, of whom Gray writes in his elegy, may have felt when its complaints to the moon had been heard and the cause of them had been suppressed. There is much of the moping owl in a large section of our stolid Britishry, and people of that category dislike nothing more intensely than the man of radioactivity who bustles into the stagnant area of their gelid dullness, and interferes with their somnolent eupepsia. To be forced to think, to be forced to laugh, to be taught things, in one word, to be interfered with. No, no, no. Away with him. In the official classes, the judicial and police authorities, the feeling against the man was one of intense exasperation at his folly in provoking an inquiry. An official of the Home Office said at the time, quote, "There are on the books at Scotland Yard upwards of 20,000 persons belonging to the better classes in London alone, who are watched by the police, but who are not interfered with because they do not themselves provoke investigation." Unquote. The spectacle of men dealing out what it pleases them to call justice is at no time an inspiriting one. The simian grotesqueness of man never more clearly nor burlesquely manifests itself than in those attitudes which he considers the fullest of dignity, and in those functions in which he feels that he is raising himself above the very low level on which creation has placed him. It does not come within the province of this book to record otherwise than in the most perfunctory manner these repulsive proceedings. The attitude of the accused man is, however, of psychological interest, and it will be necessary to follow him to some extent through the period where law and justice were, to use one of their stock phrases, dealing with him. Being one night close upon intoxication, and being urged on by a person who had a great and pernicious influence with him, Oscar Wilde in March 1895 laid an information for criminal libel against the Marquess of Queensberry. That he was irresponsible at the time when he committed what the National Dictionary of Biography calls an act of fatal insolence is very clearly shown by his own appreciation of his conduct, when a healthy regime had once more triumphed over his insanity. In De Profundis, we find the following passage referring to this act. Quote, "The one disgraceful, unpardonable, and to all time contemptible action of my life was to allow myself to appeal to society for help and protection. To have made such an appeal would have been from the individualist point of view bad enough, but what excuse can there ever be put forward for having made it? Of course, once I had put into motion the forces of society, society turned on me and said, 'Have you been living all this time in defiance of my laws, and do you now appeal to these laws for protection? You shall have those laws exercised to the full. You shall abide by what you have appealed to.' The result is I am in jail. Certainly no man ever fell so ignobly, and by such ignoble instruments as I did." Unquote. The case against the Marquess of Queensberry commenced at the Old Bailey in the first week of April. Oscar Wilde, the prosecutor, goes down to the court in a brougham with 2 horses and liveried servants. His psychopathia was at this moment perilously tending towards megalomania and what that portends. His arrogance was superb, and from its resources he drew the wonderful energy and mental activity with which he faced the long cross-examination to which he was put by Edward Carson. Though he talked in such a way as to appall the simple citizens who sat in the jury box, yet his evident superiority in the tourney was so great that by sheer force of his personality and genius he might have carried the day, but for that fatal slip which, occurring at the very end of the encounter, and just as the advocate was about to sit down, brought the whole edifice tumbling about his head. That evening it was communicated to him in a circuitous fashion, but with too apparent explicitness, that his wisest course would be to leave the country. He refused to flee. The next day the prosecution broke down, and a verdict of acquittal was pronounced in favour of the Marquess. Steps were immediately taken to secure the arrest of the prosecutor, but such delays occurred, or were purposely allowed to occur, that the warrant was not executed till late in the evening. Oscar Wilde had spent that afternoon in a private sitting room at a hotel, smoking cigarettes, drinking whisky and soda, and reading now the Yellow Book and now the evening papers. He evinced neither dismay nor trepidation when the officers entered the room, and on alighting from the cab at Scotland Yard, he had a courteous discussion with one of the detectives about the payment of the cabman. The unconsciousness displayed would not have deceived a mental pathologist for one moment as to his mental state and consequent irresponsibility. Arrested on 5th of April and lodged in Holloway on the following day, he spent 19 days in prison before he was brought to trial at the Old Bailey. During that period he largely recovered his sanity. His physique was still in an abnormal condition, as the writing of some of his letters shows. It is the writing of a neuropath. In the number for March-April 1905 of the Graphologische Monatshefte, published in Munich, there appeared a study of Oscar Wilde's character as revealed by his handwriting from the pen of a very distinguished Russian lady, the Baroness Isabella von Ungern-Sternberg of Revel. Madame de Ungern-Sternberg is the vice-presidentess of the Paris Graphological Society, and the study is a purely scientific one. It is worthy of the attention of all those who wish to provide themselves with every possible means of arriving at a solution of the formidable problem of Oscar Wilde's mentality. The 3 pieces of his writing on which she based her study were 3 letters. Of these, one was written in 1883 to a friend, just after Wilde's departure from Paris. The second was a letter from Holloway Prison, written while he was under remand, and the third was a note written not long before his death. The Baroness's study of Wilde's writing seems to have inspired her with as great an admiration for his character as her reading of Intentions had originally roused her enthusiasm for his talents. A very striking sentence in her estimate of the writing declares, quote, "Pathologisch ist in Wildes Handschrift nicht zu finden, auch nicht in der Probe Fig 2, sobald wir ansehen von der begrifflichen Erregung durch Angst und Hoffnung, Krankheit und Kränkung." Unquote. This means that there was nothing in his writing to reveal a pathological condition. That is to say, when he was sane, for he does not appear to have written during the paroxysms of his dementia. The specimen referred to is the letter from Holloway. Here there is nothing pathological, but at the same time the writing shows illness. A curious incident may be related in connection with the Baron de Ungen-Sternberg's essay. It so exactly tallied with the opinion which the sister of Nietzsche had formed of Oscar Wilde's character from her study of his works, and from all that she had heard and read about him, that this distinguished lady became an immediate convert to the scientific truth of graphology. He appears to have suffered very greatly during this confinement. Wilde looked careworn and much thinner, is what the reporters remarked about his appearance in the Old Bailey dock on 26th April. In the letter referred to above, he had spoken of himself in the following terms: "I am ill, apathetic, slowly life creeps out of me." The trial ended in a disagreement of the jury. Shortly afterwards, Oscar Wilde was released on bail to await a fresh trial at the next sessions. The amount was fixed at £2,500, of which nearly 3/4 were provided by a young nobleman who was but slightly acquainted with the prisoner, and who realised almost the entire fortune at his command to supply the money. On leaving Holloway Prison, Wilde drove to a hotel where rooms had been engaged for him. As he was sitting down to dinner in his private room, the manager of the hotel came in, shouted out that he knew who he was, and ordered him to leave the house at once. From thence, Wilde drove to another hotel. Here he secured a room, and dinnerless, for he had no appetite left, was about to go to bed, when again he was driven forth into the streets. Some men, it appeared, had followed him from the gates of Holloway Prison, at whose instigation we need not inquire, and had determined that he should nowhere find shelter that night. They had threatened the manager of the second hotel that if he did not turn Oscar Wilde away, they would wreck his house. He appears to have been refused admission, having been recognised at other London hostelries that night. In the end, he turned his thoughts towards his mother's home. Long past midnight, his brother Willie heard a knock at the door of the house in Oakley Street. When he had opened the door, Oscar Wilde, pale as death, dishevelled, unnerved, staggered into the narrow hall, and sinking exhausted onto a chair, cried out, "Willie, give me a shelter, or I shall die in the streets." Willie Wilde frequently related the incident afterwards, but with a mixing of metaphors which sufficiently indicates the condition into which he was passing. "He came," he used to say, "tapping with his beak against the window pane, and fell down on my threshold like a wounded stag." To the horrors of that period of waiting, the touch of the grotesque was not to be wanting. He was entirely ruined, if such an expression may be applied to a man who had but to sit down and write in order to earn money. He had no money. His home had been sold up. Of personal property he had nothing more than the few clothes and trinkets which he brought with him to Oakley Street. For on his arrest the usual had happened. Creditors rushed clamorously to precipitate his downfall. Judgments were signed and executions put in. On the day of the sale, the house in Tite Street was invaded by a motley crowd, amongst which the genuine purchasers were few. The prurient sensation-mongers and the shifty-eyed thieves were many. Many articles were stolen. Doors were feloniously broken open. Never was such hammer-sucking perpetrated before with such impunity. Here is the account which an Irish publisher gives of his visit to Tite Street during the sale. Quote, I went upstairs and found several people in an empty room, the floor of which was strewn, thickly strewn, with letters addressed to Oscar, mostly in their envelopes and with much of Oscar's easily recognisable manuscript. This looked as though the various pieces of furniture which had been carried downstairs to be sold had been emptied of their contents onto the floor. It is usual at sales, of course, for the furniture to be sold in each room as it stands. After I had been in the room some time, a broker's man came up and said, How did you get into this room? What business have you in this room? I said, The door was open and I walked in. Then the man said, Then somebody has broken open the lock because I locked the door myself. It was no doubt from this room that various of Oscar's manuscripts which have never been recovered were stolen. There were the scenarios of 1 or 2 comedies, a whole poetic drama, The Woman Covered with Jewels, and the manuscript of a work entitled The Incomparable and Ingenious History of Mr. W.H., being the true secret of Shakespeare's sonnets, now for the first time here fully set forth. This manuscript had been in the hands of Messrs. Elkin Matthews and John Lane, who had already some time previously announced it as being in preparation. On the day of Oscar Wilde's arrest, the manuscript was returned to his house. Nothing has ever been heard of it again. Certainly, after Oscar Wilde's arrest, there was no more opening for a work which was to establish that it was under the influence of an absorbing adoration for Mr. W.H. that Shakespeare wrote his sonnets. It is the only thing that Oscar ever wrote in which he dallied with the abnormal, and perhaps, for his reputation amongst the majority, it is as well that instead of seeing the light of day, this work is resting in the innermost recesses of the cupboard of poisons of some rich literary dilettante. In Blackwood's Edinburgh Magazine for July 1889, there appeared an article by Oscar Wilde entitled The Portrait of Mr. W.H., in which he only very faintly indicates the theory to which he was to give such a development in the longer work. It was to form a piece of documentary evidence in support of his plea of the dignity, beauty, and advantages of those warm friendships between men, which he uttered in the witness box at the Old Bailey amidst the moved silence even of his enemies. The sale at Tite Street was not a sale. It was the pillage of an unprotected house. People stole with the greatest effrontery. The prices realised for such articles as did come to the hammer were ridiculously low. There was a fine whistler there, said the Irish gentleman referred to above, the picture of a girl with the butterfly signature. I wanted to buy it, but the crowd in the room was so dense that one could not move and I was unable to bid. It was knocked down for £6. From his plays there was nothing to be hoped for. His name, immediately after his arrest, had been effaced both on posters and programmes. The withdrawal of the plays was only a question of the time it took for the managers to reconcile interest with outraged feelings. For the rest, he had largely mortgaged his interests in these performances. From his books there was nothing to receive. The only asset that he possessed was the play Salome, which he had written in French in 1892 and which had been accepted for production by Madame Sarah Bernhardt. Her intention had been to perform it in London, but the Lord Chamberlain's licenser of plays refused to allow its performance. It was a biblical piece, and in those days Mr. George Alexander and Mr. Hall Caine had not yet demonstrated the utility of the stage in drawing the public nearer to the great white throne. Oscar Wilde's indignation at this refusal was very great, and he spoke at the time of leaving England and becoming a naturalised Frenchman. If he had followed up his purpose, he would have been living now. While he was in Holloway, having no money for the purposes of his defence, he communicated through a friend with Madame Bernhardt, offering to sell her the rights in Salome for a lump sum. The figure he mentioned was about the 6th part of what that poetic piece has already realised in royalties from Germany alone, without counting the sums which it is now producing as libretto in Strauss's opera. Madame Bernhardt missed an excellent investment on this occasion, which, as her conduct in this matter was entirely guided by business considerations, may be for her today the subject of some regret. It is not to overestimate the productiveness of Salome to say that anyone who had purchased it in 1895 for £2,000 or £3,000 would have invested his money at 1,000%. But of course, Madame Bernhardt could not foresee that. She shed tears over Oscar Wilde's painful position, she sent him messages of sympathy, and she refused to assist him financially in any way. But for the generosity of Sir Edward Clarke in undertaking to defend him at the Old Bailey without a fee, it seems certain that Oscar Wilde would have been abandoned to the usual resources of poor prisoners. He had come to that. He was a poor prisoner. He might have been the beneficiary of an eleemosynary Old Bailey soup. Sir Edward Clarke's sympathy with artists is notoriously not a great one. He was the only man in London who refused to sign the petition that the great Sir Henry Irving should be buried in Westminster Abbey, and this in spite of the fact that they had been schoolfellows together. His principles and convictions must have been outraged by the principles and theories of Oscar Wilde, who of course had no convictions. Yet he very generously undertook to defend him without remuneration. His friends had of course abandoned him. The usual had taken place. It is foolish to expect exceptional conduct from the average. There had been the usual denials. The Atlantic cable was used by one person in his eager haste to repudiate the fallen man and his many obligations to him. The actors took their revenge for that stinging remark about the source of danger. Every door was shut upon the unhappy man. This was perhaps what afflicted him most. In his terrible awakening, what surprised and distressed him beyond anything else was that, quote, people to whom he had been kind and nothing but kind should turn upon him, unquote. There were equally, of course, a few courtisans de la dernière heure. A man of such charm, such generosity and goodness could not but have friends who preferred him in disgrace and shame and peril to the people who turned their backs upon him. There were a few who would gladly have gone to prison in his stead, would gladly have died for him. This is no hyperbole. More than one man since his downfall and ruin did die by his own hand because he could not survive Oscar Wilde's catastrophe. More than a score of men are dragging out a broken life who had not the courage to put an end to sufferings to which time can bring no surcease. It will not be necessary to say that the R of De Profundis, to whom Oscar Wilde pays a beautiful tribute in that book, a tribute worthy of the man's beautiful conduct, was loyal then as ever. And there were 2 or 3 others. During the period that he spent in Oakley Street while on bail, Oscar Wilde seemed to have entirely recovered his sanity of mind. His physical condition was, however, deplorable. His nerves were wrecked. He was in fever all the time. He was paying his debt to nature for years of indulgence. He was consumed with burning thirst. One of his friends was running out all day to fetch soda water and lemonade for him. He drank gallons of liquid in the 24 hours. His moral attitude was splendid. He had made up his mind to face the worst. the advisability of flight was urged upon him by one of his friends, he refused to listen to the suggestion. It appears that Lady Wilde had said that if he left the country she would never speak to him again. But it is certain that the son of Speranza had never seriously entertained the project of showing his heels to a Sassenach judge and jailer. His brother Willie was almost melodramatic in his protestations that a Wilde would not flee. "He is an Irish gentleman and he will face the music," was what he used to repeat with almost tedious insistence. One day he announced that he had decided to sell his library in order to find the funds for sending back to France the particular friend who was the advocate of a discreet evanishment, for he entertained the idea that the reason why that friend did not return home was that he had not the means to do so. By a curious coincidence, one of the very few books which constituted the library was a copy of the essays of that Montaigne whose remark, quote, "Were I to be accused of stealing the towers of Notre Dame, the first thing I should do would be to put the frontier between myself and the Gens de la Justice," unquote, was being quoted in support of his advice by the friend whose removal he desired. It is very certain that Willie Wilde felt strongly that the honour of the family would be compromised by Oscar's flight. A young Irish poet relates that visiting Oakley Street during that period, quote, "Willie came theatrically into the room and said, 'Who are you? What do you want?' I told him who I was," he says, and added that I had a note for Oscar Wilde. Willie then asked, "Are you urging him to flee? Because if you are, I won't let him have the note." Unquote. I think, the Irish poet has said since, quote, "that the whole family, Irish pride being aroused, felt that the cowardice of running away would be a far greater disgrace than the disgrace of a conviction and imprisonment. For the rest," he adds, "prison does not seem such a disgrace in Ireland, and that for historical associations." Unquote. Oscar Wilde's bearing on the night before the last day of his second trial, in the supreme moments of his liberty, filled all those who saw him with respect and admiration. His serenity had returned to him. His sweet, gentle dignity had clothed him anew. The tragic horror of the moment had aroused in him the perfect manliness that periods had lulled into apathetic quiescence. He took farewell of his friends. He informed each one of a little gift, from the poor trinkets which remained to him, which he had destined as a souvenir in case he did not return home on the morrow. It is very certain that at that moment he felt that if a conviction ensued, he would never see any of his friends again, that he felt that he was being tried for his life, and that prison would speedily kill him. He retired early from the mournful gathering, saluting by kissing her hand with stately courtliness his brother's wife, whose kindness and sympathy had deeply touched his heart. He spent, before he sought his sleepless couch, a long hour with the mother, deeply loved and deeply honoured, whom he was never to see again. Late in the afternoon of the following day, Saturday, 25th May 1895, Oscar Wilde was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years' hard labour. There had been 6 counts against him. He was asked after his release by a very old friend as to the justice of the finding, and he said, quote, "5 of the counts referred to matters with which I had absolutely nothing to do. There was some foundation for one of the counts." "But why then," asked his friend, "did you not instruct your defenders?" "That would have meant betraying a friend," said Oscar. Circumstances which have since transpired have established, what for the rest was never in doubt in the minds of those who heard it made, the absolute truth of this statement. When the verdict became known outside the court, a foul rabble, believing that an aristocrat had been condemned, filled the Old Bailey with shouts of delight. Men and women joined hands, and a clumsy saraband was danced. Cruelty, the lascivia di sangue, glutted itself. There was a peculiar irony in this bloodlust which everywhere in England found expression, for, as the pathologists affirm, It is a morbid manifestation very directly akin to the aberration to which the prisoner had fallen a victim. From evil, evil is bred. Abyssus abyssum invocat. The question presented itself to many: where was our national regard for Jesus Christ as we exulted in the downfall and misery of the man whom we had punished? The clergy held their tongues. The church had nothing to say. The doctors, the men of science, the pathologists, the students and masters of psychology, who could have shown that the man was irresponsible, they were all mute. On the heights there was neither sound nor motion. In the depths, males and females shouted and danced for gladness. What ripples of mocking laughter must run through Olympus, if ever the careless gods from their lofty seats do deign to look down upon the world, and see what men we are, and what are the things we do. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. In Wandsworth Prison first, and then in Reading Gaol, Oscar Wilde's mental development reached a point of transcendency to which never in the world of men he could have hoped to attain. There had been forced upon him the recluse life which has raised many men in the world's history towards the stars, but which, perhaps, never before demonstrated its reforming and enhancing powers in a manner more magnificent, more orbicular, more triumphant. In the old days he had tried to imitate Balzac in his mode of life, but society and pleasure had ever knocked at the door of his cell, nor had he had the strength of will great enough to resist their allurements. Now there were iron bars between him and the wasteful pleasures of the world, a claustration as strict, if less severe, than that which Balzac imposed upon himself, held him fast, and he had the time to think. He had the time to think, and with a brain which at last had recovered its splendid normal power. The prison regime, the enforced temperance in food, the enforced abstinence from all narcotic drugs and drink, the regular hours, the periodical exercise, the simple life, in one word, had restored to him the splendid heritage that he had received from nature. What the real Oscar Wilde was, and of what he was capable, were now to be made patent. In De Profundis he laid his soul bare, and the impartial are to judge from that book of the man's new powers as a thinker and as a literary artist. His friends will ask no more than that, reserving to themselves the high delight of taking a holy joy in the lofty virtues which that book reveals, the kindness, the patience, the resignation, the forgiveness of sins, so splendid that one may almost believe that in his ardent meditations on Christ he was able to bring the bodily presence of the God who taught these things into his cell, and to learn from the divine lips themselves what is the true secret of human happiness. In the ensuing chapter we have from the pen of a man who saw him day by day in prison a description of him which shows that he put into hourly practice the lessons he had learned. Critics abroad have said that there is too much about Christ in De Profundis, overlooking the fact that the book is from page 1 to last inspired by Christ, that no man who had not found Christ could have written that book, nor lived as the man who wrote it did live. In England one heard it said that it is absurd to believe that an agnostic, a sensualist, would turn to religion, and the blasphemous statement has been made that this book is in its way no more sincere than the dying confessions of many prison cells, the greasy cant that officious chaplains win from fawning prisoners. One has heard the word hypocrisy pronounced. It is 1,000 pities that people are placed by common consent in places of authority and allowed to pronounce opinions who, from a total absence of scientific training, are utterly incompetent to opine and unworthy to pronounce. It is an elementary fact that when the mind of man, either by his own volition or by the force of exterior circumstances, is concentrated on the bare facts of existence, it becomes religious. It is also noteworthy, writes Mr. Ernest Crawley in his remarkable and most interesting study of religion, The Tree of Life, that while the over-cultured man and the abstract thinker so often discard religion, simpler and actually more complete souls cleave to it with an instinctive faith. But every man, when he happens to be brought face to face with the eternal realities of existence, becomes, ipso facto, a religious subject. In De Profundis, Oscar Wilde describes the road by which he came from hyperculture and abstract thought to a simplicity and completeness of soul. In the same book may be found many of the awful details of his prison life. None of the humiliation, none of the sufferings ordained by our prison regulations were spared to him. He himself would have been the last to wish that any exception should be made in his favour. The first 3 months of his confinement in Wandsworth Jail were months of atrocious anguish. He relates that the idea of suicide was at all times with him. The want of means wherewith to effect his purpose alone saved his life. At the end of this period he was seen by a friend, who found him, quote, greatly depressed, prone to tears. His hands were disfigured, the nails were broken and bleeding. The face was emaciated and irrecognizable. In the following month, that is to say on 21st September 1895, he was visited in prison by his wife, by special permission from the Home Office. His appearance produced upon the unfortunate woman an impression from the shock of which she never recovered. After leaving the jail, she wrote to the friend who had induced her to take to the prisoner the solace of her forgiveness and love, a pathetic letter in which unconsciously she revealed how great her affection still was for her husband. "It was indeed awful," she wrote, "more so than I had conception of. I could not see him, and I could not touch him, and I scarcely spoke." It is in these words, "I could not touch him," that one reads the love that still was in her. For to touch the cherished one is ever an instinctive prompting. The poor woman left him, having made up her mind, as she afterwards told the same friend, to take him back to her after his imprisonment was over. In the spring of the following year, as Oscar Wilde gratefully records in De Profundis, she travelled all the way from Genoa to London to break to him the terrible news of his mother's death. This was the last time that the two met. After Oscar Wilde's release, circumstances arose which delayed their definite reconciliation, and then came that which parts the tenderest spouses. Constance Wilde, who had been long ailing, and who had never recovered from the horrible shock of the catastrophe which shattered her home, was released from a world so full of cruel surprise to the simple and gentle by death. She died in Genoa about 1 year after her husband had left prison. She was a simple, beautiful woman, too gentle and good for the part that life called upon her to play. She was a woman of heart whom kindlier gods would never have thrown into the turmoil and stress of an existence which was all a battle. Her death was to Oscar Wilde's affectionate heart a sorrow which accentuated his despair. His love for her, for the very reason that it never was a strong physical attachment, was pure, deep, and reverent. From a poet to a poem, is what he once wrote in her album. This apparent cynic was, in fact, endowed with all the family virtues which men love to record of the departed. His conduct towards his mother is known, and as a husband he was what he had been as a son. These Irishmen are very wonderful in their loyalty towards their own kin. He was no friend to his brother in his lifetime, but he never allowed anyone to say in his presence a single word of disparagement about him. He quarrelled with several friends who had ventured to speak slightingly about Willie. That 10 years' quarrel with a famous Irish writer, to which reference has been made, arose from no other cause. After Willie's death, his memory had a champion in Oscar Wilde. For his children he felt deep affection. Ernest La Jeunesse, in that masterly article which he wrote after Wilde's death, relates what a revelation it was to him to hear Oscar speaking about his sons. It showed a new man to him, an Oscar Wilde whom he had not known, of whose existence he had never had the joyful comprehension. He spoke so simply, like a good father, and with such joy and gladness. The passage is one which, in an essay that to read is pure delight from the beauty of the thing, forces tears even from those who are reluctant to yield to such emotions in the midst of the highest spiritual delight. To many people who knew Oscar Wilde well, the statement of his domestic virtues will appear unwarranted. It should be remembered of him, however, that he took particular pains to cloak those qualities which might cause him to be compared to the general. A noticeable trait in his character was that although he was loudly assertive of his literary, artistic and ethical principles, he never spoke about himself as a man. He had a horror of anything that resembled self-aggrandizement, and it cannot be doubted that he strove with all his power against that habit of self-accusation which at times was a pathetic feature of his conversation, because to speak evil of oneself even appears to the hypercritical and uncharitable only a subtle form of self-adulation. In spite of the stringent prison regulations, he appears to have had many opportunities for conversation, and records of such conversations have been jealously preserved. At the time when he was writing De Profundis, he had one afternoon a long talk with a man in Reading jail, who, writing from memory, supplies for the purpose of this biography the following account of it. Quote, "We had been talking of Robert Emmet, when I incidentally remarked that it was curious that he, an atheist, should have made so many allusions to the Supreme Being and a future state in the course of his speech from the dock. That was no doubt due to his Celtic temperament," said Oscar Wilde. "Those who are governed by their emotions are more given to hero worship and the worship of the gods than practical people who believe in logic and are governed by what they choose to term their reason. Imaginative people will invariably be religious people for the simple reason that religion has sprung from the imagination." I pointed out that Shelley and Voltaire were highly imaginative people and were sceptics. "Of course," he replied, "we must allow for exceptions. I am one myself, but it is an open question whether the two poets you mention were unbelievers or simply agnostics. Besides, one's religious opinions are often greatly influenced by private and local events or national contingencies. I dare say the oppression of church and state on the poor in France was the direct cause of Voltaire's apostasy." "And may have led to yours," I ventured to say. He remained silent for a time, then stepped aside to allow a fly, which was floating round the door, to enter his cell. "You see," he observed, watching its movements, "it will be company for me when you have gone." I laughed and repeated my question. "What," he said, "was the cause of my becoming a man? Remember, I once was a child." "Well," I said hesitatingly, I suppose it was natural development. Just so, he answered, and the cause of my apostasy is spiritual development, or the natural evolution of the mind. You will observe that the various races of the world have various forms of supernatural belief, and if you examine closely into those forms, you will find they accord more or less with the racial characteristics of the people who hold them. And what is true in regard to races is equally true when applied to individuals. I mean, individuals who can claim individuality. Each one makes his own God, and I have made mine. My God might not suit you, nor your God suit me, but as my God suits myself, I wish to keep him, and when I feel so inclined, to worship him. What is your God, then? I asked. Art? No, he said. Art is but the disciple, or perhaps I should say the apostle. It was through art I discovered him, and it is through art I worship him. Christ, to me, is the one supreme artist, and not one of the brush or the pen. But, what is more rare, he was an artist in words. It was by the voice he found expression. That's what the voice is for. But few can find it by that medium, and none in the manner born of Christ. If we acknowledge the divinity of Christ, said I, neither his words nor his books, his fastings nor his final sufferings should excite our admiration any more than the strength of the elephant or the fleetness of the deer. If we allow he was a supernatural being, gifted with miraculous power, his sufferings become a farce. They resemble a millionaire choosing to suffer the pangs of hunger in the midst of plenty, or the fanatic who deliberately inflicts pain on his body for the purification of his soul. The divinity in Christ, said he, in its generally accepted sense, I, of course, do not believe, but I see no difficulty whatever in believing that he was as far above the people around him as though he had been an angel sitting on the clouds. Here followed a panegyric of Christ something similar to that drawn in De Profundis. On another occasion, when speaking on the same subject, I wished to know which label I would present him with, supposing I had a bundle containing the names of the world's religions and non-religions, and to say, "Take this, it fits you." He smiled and said he would not accept any of them. "This," he said, touching the round piece of cardboard on his coat, "indicates my address, or rather the number of my room, and does so correctly, I dare say, but you couldn't find a card in your superstitious bundle that would correspond with my religion." "Yours is a unique creed, then," I responded. "Why not explain its tenets, and you may make a convert?" "I do not want any converts," he replied. "The moment I discovered that anyone else shared my belief, I would flee from it. I must either have it all to myself or not at all." "Selfish man!" I cried. "To be a supreme artist," said he, "one must be a supreme individualist." "You talk of art," said I, "as though there were nothing else in the world worth living for." "For me," said he sadly, "there is nothing else." "Do you know," he said suddenly, "the Bible is a wonderful book. How beautifully artistic the little stories are. Adam and his wife alone in the beautiful garden, where they could have enjoyed all the pleasures of life by simply obeying the laws. But he refuses to become a machine, and so eats the apple. I also would have eaten that apple, and in consequence is expelled. Then young Joseph sold into Egypt as a slave, when he blossoms out as the ruler of a kingdom, and his subterfuge to obtain his brother. In nearly every chapter you can find something so intensely interesting that one pauses to wonder how it all came to be written. The Psalms of David, the Song of Solomon, how grand it is! And the story of Daniel, all appeal to me as a lover of language and as a lover of art. And if I am delighted with the Old Testament imagery, I am charmed with the New. Christ, Paul, and most of the other characters in the book have for me a singular fascination. Then take the last book of all. How powerful must have been the imagination of the writer! Why, I know of nothing in the whole world of art to compare with it, especially those 10th, 11th, and 12th chapters. Really, I have no sympathy with stupid people who cannot admire a book unless they believe in its literal truth. I reminded him that the leading agnostics of the century had paid tribute to the beauty of the Scriptures, and mentioned Renan, Huxley, and Ingersoll. I very much admire, he said, Renan's Life of Jesus, and Huxley had a captivating style which is seldom to be met with in men of science. For instance, I remember reading where he said that one could not be a true soldier of science and a soldier of the cross, and I thought it a very fine sentence, although I did not believe it, for between matter of fact and matter of faith there is a wide gulf which science cannot bridge. When I go out from here, I should like to find a quiet, nice little church. I shouldn't in the least mind what its denomination was, so long as it had a nice, simple-minded and good-hearted clergyman, one who had religion within him and did not preach somebody else's opinions and practice somebody else's formulas, a man who thought of the sinner more than the stipend. I can never belong to any of the conventional forms of religion, but I should like to be able to extract the good there may be in all." Unquote. In De Profundis we have Wilde's own account of his prison and of what it meant to him. In the following chapter we have an objective description of his life there. The warder's account of his character as it displayed itself in prison is confirmed by many witnesses. The man appeared to all who beheld him in prison as the beau ideal of the Christian gentleman. It is on record that on the night of his departure, many of the wretched prisoners in Reading Gaol were rebuked and even punished for the loudness of their lamentations. One of these men said after his release that when C33 went, his last hope seemed to have abandoned him. His sympathy for his fellow prisoners was so great that he often risked severe punishment in order to give to this one or to that the comfort of his consolations. Some of the notes which he wrote while in prison to fellow prisoners are still in existence, and some have found their way into the market for curiosities. De Montaigne's remark is here applicable once more. There have been people who have seen in these notes, words of encouragement for the most part, the most evil meanings. His sympathy went beyond mere words. Through his friends he was enabled to help with money many of his fellow prisoners, who, leaving the jail destitute, would otherwise have fallen immediately back into crime. While he was in Reading Gaol, some lads, mere children, were committed to prison for snaring rabbits. The magistrates had given these hardened poachers the option of paying fines, and it was with his money that Oscar Wilde enabled them to gain their freedom. After his release, he befriended several of those whose acquaintance he had made in prison. Although he spoke of himself as an agnostic in jail, as is recorded in the conversation above, he showed by his conduct that Christianity had altogether taken possession of him. The singular sweetness and charm of his manners after he came out of prison, his tolerance, his gentleness, his entire self-effacement, impressed all those who came near him. The warder whose story now follows says of Oscar Wilde that in prison he appeared a saint. So too he appeared to many who saw him during the few months after his release, until fatality had driven him back to companionships in the atmosphere of which nothing that was good or noble could subsist. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. The Poet in Prison. Written by one of the warders in Reading Jail. Footnote. This chapter has been contributed to this biography by a man who was a warder in Reading Jail at the time of Oscar Wilde's imprisonment there. The express condition under which it was contributed was that it should be printed exactly as it stood in the manuscript, with no alteration of a single phrase or word or expression. This condition has been faithfully observed, and the chapter has been printed as it was written. End footnote. There are supreme moments in the lives of men, as there are events in the histories of nations, which mark epochs and stand out in bold relief from the many others which go to make up the sum total of their existence. Those moments in the life of Mr. Wilde were when he stepped out of the dock at the Old Bailey, a ruined man, and with a sentence of 2 years' imprisonment hanging over his unfortunate head. There are days, months, and years in the lives of some men which to them are an eternity. For them the hand of time has ceased to move, the clock no longer strikes the recurring hour. For them there is no dawn, there is no day. Occasionally, perhaps, a twilight, for, as the adage has it, hope springs eternal in the human breast. They live through one long, bewildering night, a night of terror, a night of appalling darkness, unrelieved by a single star, a night of misery, a night of despair. 2 years' imprisonment meant to the poet one long dreary night, a night spent in an inferno, a night without variation, a night without dreams. No dreams, but nightmares, rendered the more ghastly because of their terrible reality. From them there was no awakening. Nightmares wherein men were flogged, wherein men were executed. Others, it may be urged, have been in prison before the poet, others since, and others now. Aye, yes, but they were not poets. They are not poets in the sense he was. Their sufferings, no doubt, are great, but his were greater. Reared in the lap of luxury, living in an atmosphere of culture and refinement, he, the apostle of aestheticism, was suddenly hurled from the proud pinnacle on which his genius had placed him, and, without passing through any intermediate stage, found himself encased amid walls of iron and surrounded by bars of steel. He who formerly devoted himself to the producing of the highest works of art was now shredding tarred ropes in a dismal cell. He, with a poet's weakness for adornment, was now attired in the garb of gloomy grey taken from a prison wardrobe. He, to whom expression was life, nay, more than life itself, was suddenly reduced to a silence more silent than the grave, and he who had made a name glorious in the world of literature had now only a number. His was worse than suffering. His was a tragedy, and one of the greatest that the 19th century has to record. For the first 18 months of his imprisonment, all the rigours of the system were applied to him relentlessly. He had to pick his quantity of oakum, or bear the punishment that was sure to follow. Turn the monotonous crank, along with his fellows, by which the prison was supplied with water. Read the silly books from the library, or pace his cell, a prey to his own sad thoughts, until his health broke down under the unnatural strain, and, to prevent his being sent to a madhouse, he was allowed the privilege of having a limited number of books, which were sent by friends, and which afterwards found a place amongst others less abstruse on the shelves of the prison library. Later he was allowed a more important privilege, the privilege of writing, and to this concession the world owes De Profundis. He wrote mostly in the evenings, when he knew he would be undisturbed. In his cell were 2 wooden trestles, across which he placed his plank bed. This was his table, and, as he himself observed, it was a very good table too. His tins he kept scrupulously clean, and in the mornings, after he had arranged them in their regulated order, he would step back and view them with an air of childlike complacency. He was dreadfully distressed because he could not polish his shoes or brush his hair. "If I could but feel clean," he said, "I should not feel so utterly miserable. These awful bristles," touching his chin, "are horrid." Before leaving his cell to see a visitor, he was always careful to conceal, as far as possible, his unshaven chin by means of his red handkerchief. He showed great agitation when a visitor was announced. "For I never know," he said, "what fresh sorrow may not have entered my life, and is in this manner born to me, so that I may carry it to my cell and place it in my already overstocked storehouse, which is my heart. My heart is my storehouse of sorrow." It was during the latter part of the poet's imprisonment that the order was issued for first offenders to be kept apart from the other prisoners. They were distinguished by 2 red stars, one of which was on the jacket and the other worn on the cap, and in consequence were known as star-class men. The order, not being retrospective, did not apply to the poet, and in consequence he, like the remainder, had to stand with his face to the wall when any of the star class were passing in his vicinity. The framers of the order were, no doubt, actuated by the best of motives, but its too literal interpretation caused it to look rather ludicrous. I have seen the poet having to stand with his face to the wall while a villainous-looking ruffian, who had been convicted for half-killing his poor wife, passed him. In fact, nearly every day he was forced to assume this undignified position, which might have been obviated but for the crass stupidity of officialdom. In church, the poet seemed to suffer from ennui. He sat in a listless attitude with his elbow resting on the back of his chair, his legs crossed, and gazed dreamily around him and above him. There were times when he was so oblivious of his surroundings, so lost in reverie, that it required a friendly nudge from one of the lost sheep beside him to remind him that a hymn had been given out, and that he must rise and sing, or at least appear to sing, his praises unto God. When the chaplain was addressing his shorn and grey-garbed flock, telling them how wicked they all were, and how thankful they should all be that they lived in a Christian country where a paternal government was as anxious for the welfare of their souls as for the safe-keeping of their miserable bodies, that society did not wish to punish them, although they had erred and sinned against society, that they were undergoing a process of purification, that their prison was their purgatory, from which they could emerge as pure and spotless as though they had never sinned at all, that if they did so, society would meet and welcome them with open arms, that they were the prodigal sons of the community, and that the community, against which they had previously sinned, was fattening calves to feast them, if they would but undertake to return to the fold and become good citizens. The poet would smile, but not his usual smile. This was a cynical smile, a disbelieving smile, and often it showed despair. "I long to rise in my place and cry out," said he, "and tell the poor disinherited wretches around me that it is not so, to tell them that they are society's victims, and that society has nothing to offer them but starvation in the streets or starvation and cruelty in prison." I have often wondered why he never did cry out, why he was able to continue day after day the dull slow round of a wearisome existence, an existence of sorrow, sorrow benumbed by its awful monotony, an existence of pain, an existence of death. But he faithfully obeyed the laws and conscientiously observed the rules prescribed by society for those whom it consigns to the abodes of sorrow. I understand he was punished once for talking. I have no personal knowledge of the circumstance, but I know that it would be almost a miracle for one to serve 2 years' imprisonment without once being reported. Some of the rules are made with no other object than to be broken, so that an excuse may be found for inflicting additional punishment. Footnote: the writer, it should be remembered, is a prison warder. End of footnote. However, he could not have been punished by solitary confinement for 15 days, as has been stated. A governor is not empowered to give more than 3 days. But 24 hours bread and water is the usual punishment for talking, and if it be the first offence, the delinquent is generally let off with a caution. During the period of his incarceration, the poet suffered in health, but he seldom complained to the doctor. He was afraid of doing so lest he should be sent to the sick ward. He preferred the seclusion of his cell. There he could think aloud without attracting the glances or the undertone comments of the less mobile-minded. There he could be alone, alone with the spectre of his past, alone with his books, alone with his God. When I entered his cell on a certain bleak raw morning in early March, I found him still in bed. This was unusual, and so I expressed surprise. "I've had a bad night," he explained. "Pains in my inside, which I think must be cramp, and my head seems splitting." I asked whether he had better not report sick. "No," he said, "not for anything. I shall be better, perhaps, as the day advances. Come back in a few minutes when I will be up." I returned to his cell a few minutes afterwards and found he was up, but looking so dreadfully ill that I again advised him to see the doctor. He declined, however, saying he would be all right when he had had something warm to drink. I knew that in the ordinary course of events he would have nothing for at least another hour, so I resolved to find something to give him in the meanwhile myself. I hastened off and warmed up some beef tea, poured it into a bottle, placed the bottle inside my jacket, and returned towards his cell. While ascending the staircase, the bottle slipped between my shirt and skin. It was very hot. I knew that there was an unoccupied cell on the next landing, and I determined to go there and withdraw the bottle from its painful position. But at that moment a voice called me from the central hall below. I looked down and saw the chief warder. He beckoned me towards him. I went back. He wished to speak concerning a discrepancy in the previous night's muster report. I attempted to elucidate the mystery of 2 prisoners being in the prison who had no claim on its hospitality. I am afraid I threw but little light on the mystery. I was in frightful agony. The hot bottle burned against my breast like molten lead. I have said there are supreme moments in the lives of men. Those were supreme moments to me. I could have cried out in my agony, but dared not. The cold, damp beads of perspiration gathered on my brow. I writhed and twisted in all manners of ways to ease myself of the dreadful thing, but in vain. I could not shift that infernal bottle, try as I might. It lay there against my breast like a hot poultice, but hotter than any poultice that was ever made by a cantankerous mother or by a cantankerous nurse. And the strange thing about it was that the longer it lay, the hotter it became. The chief eyed me curiously. I believe he thought I had been drinking. I know I was incoherent enough for anything. At last he walked off and left me, for which I felt truly thankful. I bounded up the iron stairs and entered the poet's cell, and, pulling out the burning bottle, I related, amid gasps and imprecations, my awful experience. The poet smiled while the tale was being told, then laughed, actually laughed. I had never seen him laugh naturally before, and with the same qualification, I may add that I never saw him laugh again. I felt angry because he laughed. I told him so. I said it was poor reward for all I had undergone to be laughed at, and, so saying, I came out and closed the door. I closed it with a bang. When I took him his breakfast, he looked the picture of contrition. He said he wouldn't touch it unless I promised to forgive him. "Not even the cocoa?" I asked. "Not even the cocoa," he replied, and he looked at it longingly. "Well, rather than starve you, I'll forgive you." "And supposing I laugh again?" said he with a smile. "I shan't forgive you again," I said. The following morning he handed me a sheet of foolscap blue official paper. "Here is something," said he, "which is not of much value now, but probably may be if you keep it long enough." I had no opportunity of reading then, but when I had read it, I was struck by the power and beauty of its expression. It was headed, "An Apology," and written in his old, original and racy style. The flow of subtle humour, the wit and charm of the many epigrams, the naivety contained in some of the personal allusions, were captivating. As a lover of style, I was captivated and told him so. "Ah," said he, "I never thought to resume that style again. I had left it behind me as a thing of the past. But yesterday morning I laughed, which showed my perversity, for I really felt sorry for you. I did not mean to laugh. I had vowed never to laugh again. Then I thought it fitting when I had broken one vow to break the other also. I had made two, and I broke both, but now I have made them again. I never intend to laugh, nor do I intend ever again to write anything calculated to produce laughter in others. I am no longer the Sidious of comedy. I have sworn solemnly to dedicate my life to tragedy. If I write any more books, it will be to form a library of lamentations. They will be written in a style begotten of sorrow and in sentences composed in solitude and punctuated by tears. They will be written exclusively for those who have suffered or are suffering. I understand them, and they will understand me. I shall be an enigma to the world of pleasure, but a mouthpiece for the world of pain. In conversation, the poet was always perfectly rational. His every action during the day was rational, but when left to himself in the evening, he underwent a transformation, or it might be more appropriate to term it a transfiguration. It was when he was alone in his cell, when the doors were double locked, when the gas was flickering, when the shadows of night were falling, when all was quiet, when all was dead. The grim and watchful warder moves around with velvety tread. There is a still and awful silence, a silence in the warder's slippers, a silence in the cells, a silence in the air. The dark, sombre shadow stops at the door of each living sepulchre and gazes in. He peers through the aperture of glass to satisfy himself that the tomb has not become too realistic, that it still contains the living, that none have dared to cheat the law, have dared to baffle justice. The view is nearly the same in each, a drab and ghostly figure seated on a stool, finishing the day's task, which will be collected at the hour of 8, or if he has already finished his work, he sits staring with vacant eyes into vacancy, or looks for consolation in the Book of Common Prayer. The watching figure glides on, now stops, peers into another cell near the end of the corridor. The cell is marked C33. It is the cell of the poet. Around the whole circle of living sepulchres no sight like this, no sight more poignant, no sight more awe-inspiring, no sight more terrible. The poet is now alone, alone with the gods, alone with the muse. He is pacing his cell. 1, 2, 3. 3 steps when he has to turn. 3 steps and turn again. His hands behind his back, a wrist encircled by a hand, and thus backwards and forwards, to and fro he goes, his head thrown back, smiling. But heavens, what a smile! His eyes, those wonderful eyes, are fairly dancing. Now they're looking towards the ceiling, but far beyond the ceiling, looking even beyond the depths of airy space, looking into the infinite. Now he laughs. What a laugh! Piercing, poignant, bitter, all and more are condensed in that awful laugh. His powerful imagination is at work. Though his body is in fetters, his soul is free, for who can chain the soul of a poet? It roams on high and mighty altitudes, high above the haunts of men. Then higher yet, above the silvery clouds, it soars and finds a resting place among the pale shadows of the moon. Then back to earth it comes with one fell stroke, as lightning flashed from heaven, back through the iron window, back to the prison cell. Hush, he speaks. He breathes the sacred name of mother, and calls his wife by name. He sheds a tear. It glistens on his cheek, when, lo, an angel comes and the tear evaporates. And thus his life, whate'er he may have done, was purged from his account by one hot tear that trickled from a heart redeemed and purified by suffering. But hark, he speaks again. He addresses an imaginary visitor, with hands outstretched towards his little stool. Long, long ago, in boyhood's days, I had fond ambition. I intended to reform the world and alter its condition. I raised myself, through art alone, to a very high position. And now, my friend, you see me, a poor victim of attrition. He laughs again and repeats the last few words. A victim of attrition, a pitiless attrition. He turns away and resumes his melancholy walk, then stops once more before his visionary visitor and raises his finger. The world, he says with a tinge of egotism, is not so solid after all. I can shake it with an epigram and convulse it with a song. He laughs once more, then sinks upon the prison stool and bows his head. And here we leave him to think his thoughts alone. Alone. Let no one mock those nightly scenes and say the poet was not sincere. In prison he was the very soul of sincerity. And remember, no man can wear a mask in prison. You may deceive the governor. You may deceive the chaplain. You may deceive the doctor, but you cannot deceive the warder. His eye is upon you when no other eye sees you, during your hours of sleep as well as during your hours of wakefulness. What the poet was before he went to prison, I care not. What he may have been after he left prison, I know not. One thing I know, however, that while in prison he lived the life of a saint, or as near that holy state as poor mortal can ever hope to attain. His gentle smile of sweet sincerity was something to remember. It must have been a smile like this that Bunyan wore as he lay in Bedford jail dreaming his wonderful dreams. It must have been a similar smile that illumined the noble face of St. Francis of Assisi when he spoke of his brother the wind and his sister the rain. Had Hugo been an artist with the brush, as he was artist with the pen, he would have depicted such a smile as shimmering over the features of the good bishop when he told his great white lie to save poor Jean Valjean. And who can say that the Prince of Peace himself would have considered such a smile unworthy of his countenance as he uttered the sweet words of invitation to the little children whom the disciples wished to keep away. One can remember such a smile although one's pen fails to describe its sweetness, as it fails to describe the sweet perfume of the rose. It was a smile of resignation, a smile of benevolence, a smile of innocence, a smile of love. Farewell, brave heart. May your sleep be as peaceful as your smile. May the angels hover around your tomb in death as they hovered around your tomb in life. And had you been destitute of every other attribute that goes to make the perfect man, that smile alone would have served you as your passport through the gates of paradise and onwards to the great white throne. Farewell. I have kept my promise. I have remembered you during all the years that have intervened since that memorable day we shook hands and parted in your cold and cheerless cell. You asked me to think of you sometimes. I have thought of you always. Scarcely one single day has passed since then that I have not thought of you. You who were at once my prisoner and my friend. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18. After his release from Reading Jail, having refused the offer of certain American journalists to pay him a large sum for an account of his life in prison, with the remark he could not understand that such offers should be made to a gentleman, he immediately crossed over to France. His deference to English society was such that he felt that, having offended his country, he must consign himself to a perpetual exile from England. For the rest, he had reason to expect sympathy and welcome in France, where his case at the time of his downfall had been widely discussed with great commiseration. It was held that the man had been very harshly dealt with. Several prominent men had written about him. Henri de Renière and Paul Adam, who already at that time held high positions in French literature, in which today they rank as masters, had published articles describing his great good qualities, and paying respectful homage to the convict in Wandsworth Jail. Henri Bauer, an influential critic, had published an account of Wilde's condemnation and the treatment that was being dealt out to him, which thrilled civilized France with horror. A house had been taken for him at a village called Berneval, on the south coast to the northeast of Dieppe. He had assumed the name of Sebastian Melmoth, and his immediate purpose was to live here in retirement, giving himself up to work. Those amongst his friends who had means had subscribed a sum which was handed to him on his release, and there was also paid over to him the balance of a gift of £1,000, which had been applied to his purposes during his confinement. There is no worse school for husbandry than a place where money has no use. The truth of this is shown by the unvarying recklessness of sailors. Prisoners display on their release an extravagance as imprudent. The ship, as the jail, obliterates all notions of the value of money. In Oscar Wilde's case, contributory causes were his native generosity and the new feeling of charity which filled his softened heart. His resources melted away in his hands. He sent presents of money to many of his late fellow prisoners. He entertained at Dieppe a band of Montmartre poets, and at Berneval, on the occasion of the Queen's Jubilee, the whole village school of children. He rescued the poet Ernest Dowson from a position of great embarrassment at the inn at Arques. He spent money with the recklessness of sailors on shore and prisoners free of jail. No doubt it pleased him, could not help but please him, having been humiliated so long, to enjoy the power which money gives in the spending of it. He was only a man, after all, with human weaknesses. That he did feel the humiliation is shown in another way. There are in existence some letters which he wrote to the warder who had befriended him. In one of these he indulges in the delicious pleasure of rebuking in his turn one of the class under whose domination and rebuke he had lived for so many months. The man had written to him as Oscar Wilde, care of Sebastian Melmoth, and this is how Oscar Wilde reproves him. I must begin by scolding you thoroughly for a piece of carelessness on your part. I told you I had changed my name, and wrote out most carefully for you my new name and address. In spite of this, you write to me on the envelope as Oscar Wilde, Esquire, care of Sebastian Melmoth. Now this was silly of you. I changed my name so as not to be bothered, and then you go and write to me as Oscar Wilde. You must be careful and thoughtful about things. Just as much trouble is caused by carelessness as by crime, my friend. Lower down, he tells the man, who was anxious to leave the prison service, that he has recommended him for a post, and adds, I have spoken highly of your character and intellect. Let me beg of you to deserve all I have said of you. You have, I think, a good chance of a good place, so you must be as sound and straightforward and as good a fellow as possible. He hankered after respectability. In inviting friends to visit him at Bourneville, he used to ask those who were married to bring their wives with them, as though he felt that the presence of ladies under his roof would vouch for its respectability in his own eyes. He may have fancied that prison had attainted him. It would have been difficult for him to avoid such a feeling. In his case there was not a single thing he ever said, nor a single thing he ever did, not a glance, not a flash of expression, not the shadow of a thought, that could have betrayed to the keenest observer, ignorant of the fact, that this man had spent 2 years as a common prisoner in a common jail. Degradation had failed to degrade him. His intimates noticed only how vastly improved he was in physique, in nerve and muscle, in energy and courage, how his whole being seemed rejuvenated, his whole character sweetened. They attributed it to the prison regime, for in those days they did not know how, in the lonely meditation of his cell, he had found the true secret of life. He showed himself to those who had the privilege of seeing him during the weeks which he spent in Bourneville, a gentleman, a hero, and a Christian. It is the privilege and the distinction of those who take Christ as their model in life, who follow him in humility, in resignation and kindness, to receive at the hands of men treatment no other than that which was accorded to him also. One cannot doubt that a man so keen of intelligence as Oscar Wilde well foresaw, when he came to that determination which he so eloquently sets forth in De Profundis, what the world would reserve for one who should oppose to cruelty, mansuetude, to insult, forbearance, to hatred, forgiveness, and to contempt, the sublime pity which charity inspires. He was admirably instructed in the ways of society. He was essentially a man of the world. He could give, in the old days, the most useful advice on how best to act in the worldly sense. A friend recalls how he once said of suicide that it was wrong, because it was the highest compliment that an individual could pay to society. Of course, he knew, when he left prison in the state of mind into which he had schooled himself, exactly what he had to expect from the world. He had accepted in advance all the outrages that were to be heaped upon him. Deliberately he had entered upon a martyrdom for which the world was to refuse him any crown. With his great powers and the renewed vigour of his body, he could have dominated the world. To effect that, as we now see if we direct our eyes towards Germany, he had but to let himself live. But Christianity possessed him. He had laid aside all combativeness, and he allowed himself to die. His noble purpose he maintained during those first months with a courage which surprised his friends. Only on very rare occasions did a flash of regret for the things that he had lost disclose some streak of bitterness in his heart. There were very rare moments when he spoke with irritation, of which it was but too easy for his friends to trace the cause. From the very first, he had the great mortification to find that, under the new circumstances of his life, work would be difficult to him. That is to say, he recognised from the first that, as he could no longer write under his name, he would be unable to produce anything worthy of himself. He was one of those artists who write for fame, for whom the money consideration is nothing. He could not constrain himself to hack work. Anonymity's black cloak enshrouded his brain. He needed applause. He thirsted after personal triumph. Those were essential factors in his artistic temperament. So, though he never spoke more brilliantly than during the last years of his life, because there the reward was immediate in the applause of the marvelling listeners, he wrote nothing, all stimulus being lacking. We have in a letter which he addressed to a working man in Reading, after his letter, the case of Warder Martin, had appeared in the Daily Chronicle, 28th May 1897, the pathetic proof of this natural hunger for applause, which gives to the great starvation of literary artists its keenest pang. "What does Reading say to it all?" he asks. "Have you seen any of the warders? I suppose not." Then he passes on to other things, but presently comes back to the subject of his famishing curiosity. "Have you heard anything said about me, with reference to my letter? Anything nice?" In the many pathetic letters from his pen which are in existence, one will search in vain for a passage more pathetic than this. And we are to remember that the man who was so anxious to hear that people were talking about him as a literary artist had only a few days previously refused with indignation to lend himself to the wide publicity offered by American correspondence. It was not notoriety after which he hankered, it was recognition of his literary powers. The case of Warder Martin, which has frequently been reprinted since his death, was a plea for the better treatment of children in prison in particular, and in general for the more humane application of the right of punishment. It is a noble plea, written in noble language, and the best documentary evidence that the most exacting can demand of the complete mental recovery and wonderful psychological transformation of its author. Let any man read first The Importance of Being Earnest, which was the last thing he wrote before going into prison, and next this letter in the Chronicle, and then say, if he dare, that Oscar Wilde's announcement in De Profundis that meditation had made a new and different man of him was law and deception. He returned to the subject of prison treatment in a letter entitled Don't Read This If You Want to Be Happy Today, which appeared in the Chronicle on 24th March 1898. These two letters, and his Ballad of Reading Gaol, of which the leitmotif is no different, are all that he wrote after his release from prison. He was keenly interested in this subject of prison reform. Amongst the books which were found in his room in the hotel where he died were several in which this subject is treated. He had John Howard's book on prisons, and a number of magazines containing articles on prison life. The Ballad of Reading Gaol has been described by certain authorities as the finest ballad in the English language. In July 1904 there appeared in the 19th Century, in an article by Lady Curry entitled Enfant Trouvé of Literature, a critical notice of this poem. The name of the review in which this appeared is significant when we remember what Oscar Wilde had said in one of his prison conversations about the way in which his name would be regarded in that quarter. Lady Curry writes of the terrible ballad of Reading Gaol, with its splendours and inequalities, its mixture of poetic force, crude realism, and undeniable pathos. The writer adds lower down, All is grim concentrated tragedy from cover to cover. A friend of mine, she continues, who looked upon himself as a judge in such matters, told me that he would have placed certain passages in this poem, by reason of their terrible tragic intensity, upon a level with some of the descriptions in Dante's Inferno, were it not that the Ballad of Reading Gaol was so much more infinitely human. In the preface to the translation of André Gide's mischievous memoir of Oscar Wilde is quoted the following extract from a review in one of the leading London papers. Quote, "The whole is awful as the pages of Sophocles. That he has rendered with his fine art so much of the essence of his life and the life of others in that Inferno to the sensitive is a memorable thing for the social scientist, but a much more memorable thing for literature. This is a simple, a poignant, a great ballad, one of the greatest in the English language." Unquote. It is very certain that there is in poetic description nothing in the world's literature more powerful, more overwhelming, than the account Oscar Wilde gives of the sleepless night which he spent on the eve of the execution, those verses ending with the lines, "At last I saw the shadowed bars, like a lattice wrought in lead, move right across the whitewashed cell that faced my three-plank bed, and I knew that somewhere in the world God's awful dawn was red." The very nature of a ballad demands a certain naivety of expression, a certain laxity in the rhymes. It is, however, a curious thing that it is a makeshift rhyme which is used in the one verse that, while it appeals most strongly to those who are morbid-minded, inspires some of the poet's friends with the feeling that it shows that, in spite of his splendid renovation, the obliquity of vision, which was ever one of his great defects, had not altogether been overcome. These are the lines referred to. "Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword." The thing is not true. If it were true, it is badly expressed, and what is intended for antithesis degenerates on examination into anticlimax. Yet many find these lines the finest in a ballad which is filled with beauties. Was this the poor man's final indulgence in his elfin joy in astounding fools, or was he in earnest? The ballad was published early in 1898. Oscar Wilde had expended over it an immense amount of labour. It had been revised and corrected with a precise regard of even the slightest detail, of which we get some conception from the many letters which he wrote to his publisher, Mr. Leonard Smithers, while the book was passing through the press. Almost each word in the poem was made the subject of long consideration, of discussion. He advises on changes in the punctuation. The rudiments had caught him up at last. These same letters give evidence of the very mournful condition to which he had at last come. They are full, on the one hand, of descriptions of his poverty and needs, on the other, of recriminations against his friends. In one letter we read, "My present position is so awful that I began today a modern social comedy, and would, in consequence, have had an excellent appetite for dinner, had there been any dinner." Elsewhere he threatens suicide. "I shall take steps," he says. He was then living in Naples. The circumstances under which he'd been obliged to leave Berneval and to return to the least desirable companionship that the world of men offered to his choice are summed up in the following sentence by the author of 20 Years in Paris. Quote, "The time came, however, when, being without money, repulsed, abandoned, desolate, he could no longer resist entreaties which offered to him companionship in the place of utter loneliness, friendship in the place of hostility, homage in the place of insult, and in the place of impending destitution, a luxurious and elegant hospitality." Unquote. Measures were, however, taken at once by third parties to break up this association, and all supplies being refused, Oscar Wilde's condition in Naples became the hazardous existence which he describes in his letters to Smithers. His irritation at the collapse of his resolutions, at their overthrow by the very force of things, was so great that he turned upon all men. He wrote abusive letters to his friends, not even sparing the noblest of them, Robert Ross, the subject of the glowing eulogy which one finds in De Profundis. Those words are letters patent of immortality, but simple justice, not lordly generosity, directed that splendid tribute. This Robert Ross's conduct towards Oscar Wilde was, and is, the most beautiful thing that the history of noble friendships records. That he gave him everything that he had may be nothing. It may be nothing that he bore obloquy and endured suffering for his sake. That he visited him constantly in prison. That he fought and worked unceasingly to safeguard his friend's interest, keeping a level and commercial head in the midst of the unceasing onslaughts of the harpies who kept swooping down upon Oscar Wilde's prostrate body. That he watched over him like a tender brother during those final months in Paris. That he was with him in his last illness, tending him with the gentleness of a sister of charity. That it was he who brought God at last into the gloomy room in the Hotel d'Alsace, and so obtained that the man who was accursed of men went out of this world with the kiss of pardon on his forehead, with a body sanctified and anointed, under the shadow of the cross. That he ordained his honourable obsequies, and was one of the very rare mourners who followed him to the grave. All these things, from the nature of the man, may be nothing, but what is unusual and splendid, a disillusion to the pessimists, a delight to those who, quand même, would think well of humanity, is that, though 5 years have now passed since Oscar Wilde died, he pursues quietly the level way of his noble friendship. He is one of the very rare people with whom the dead do not die quick. He goes on being good to Oscar Wilde. He devotes his means to the payment of his friend's creditors. He jealously fosters his friend's literary reputation. He watches over his grave at Bagneux, looking forward to the day when he shall be able, of his own means, to secure a permanent and worthier resting place for his ashes. Such constancy after death is not a virtue of which humanity has warranted the expectation. Devotion dies by slow degrees when the loved one is no longer anything but a memory, a name. Evil breeds evil, but here also good was bred, and in this mournful history, this friendship is a beautiful and pleasant thing. Oscar Wilde lived for 3.5 years after his release from prison. After he had left Italy, he returned to Paris. Here for some time he resided in a hotel in the Rue Marsollier. He was forced to leave this house because he could not pay his bill. He was literally turned out into the streets. From this position he was rescued by the landlord of a small hotel in the Rue des Beaux-Arts, Monsieur Dupoirier, who had known him in his prosperous days. Dupoirier offered him rooms in his house, and went to the hotel in the Rue Marsollier and discharged the bill, recovering Wilde's property. From that time on, Wilde resided at number 13 Rue des Beaux-Arts, which is within 5 minutes' walk of the Hôtel Voltaire of his imperial days. He had no superstitious dread of the number of the house, which was to be his final dwelling place, though, like all great minds, he entertained many other superstitions. One can understand this. The great mind recognizes what the fool does not, that there are powers in the universe of which he has no comprehension, although he discerns their manifestations. Oscar Wilde was superstitious. For instance, he considered it very unlucky to drive in a carriage which was drawn by a white horse. Of the Hôtel d'Alsace, it would not be fair to say that it was squalid. It is related that Monsieur du Poirier remarked, after Wilde's death, that it was very unfair for the newspaper writers to speak of his house as a hotel of the 10th order, when the fact was that it was une maison de 5e catégorie. It was the kind of house where regular lodgers are few, and where the profits of the undertaking are derived mainly from stray visitors. At the back of the house was a small yard or garden where Oscar often used to sit of afternoons, reading books and sipping absinthe. It has been stated that his life in Paris during this period was one of shameful relapse. Calumny is still at work with his memory. The fact should be put on record that he was at all times under the close supervision of the police. An influential friend of his once asked Henri Bauer to use his interest with the Minister of Fine Arts on Oscar Wilde's behalf. Henri Bauer afterwards reported that the minister had said that he would do nothing for a man who frequented such company as Oscar Wilde was in the habit of frequenting, that the police were carefully watching him, and that on the least provocation he would be arrested. Now, as he was never interfered with to the time of his death, it seems very clear that he did nothing that warranted such interference, and that calumny has discovered what the spies of the Rue de Jérusalem failed to observe. One wonders who the associates were to whom the police had referred in their report to the minister. The people with whom he used to be seen were reputable enough, as the large tolerance of Paris goes. The poor man could not choose his associates, and as he loved to talk, he was sometimes glad, in his loneliness, of any audience. He appears, at least during the last year of his life, to have been provided with means. His incurable generosity, no doubt, accounts for the fact that, though his monthly bill at Du Poirier's hotel was never a large one, he died owing the friendly little man close upon £100, and that there were many other debts in Paris. Du Poirier's bill, and some of the other accounts, have since been paid. We need not ask by what devoted friend. Of the awful tragedy of his last months, Ernest La Jeunesse gives a striking account in his article in the Revue Blanche. Here is a short passage describing his condition towards the end. Quote, "He has been into the country and to Italy. He longs for Spain. He wishes to return to the shores of the Mediterranean. All that he can have is Paris, a Paris which shuts door after door against him, a Paris which has no longer more to offer him than holes into which he may creep to drink, a Paris which is deaf, a famished, spasmodic Paris, flushed here, there pale, a city without eternity and with no myth. Each day brings sufferings with it for him. He has no longer either a court or a true friend. He falls into the blackest neurasthenia. He is haunted with the foreboding of death, which in the end will kill him." Unquote. For months before he died, he suffered from pains in the head. At the same time, he was lashing his moribund energies by the use of alcohol. Du Poirier relates that he used to write all night, keeping his strength alive with brandy. In the end, the pains grew so intolerable that the doctors said that an operation would be necessary. But the operation threatened to be a very difficult one, for it was impossible to locate the exact spot where surgical treatment would benefit the patient. Only one of the great masters of surgery could be trusted, so the physicians said, with such an operation. A huge fee was mentioned as the amount that would probably be demanded by such a master. "Ah, well then," said Oscar, "I suppose that I shall have to die beyond my means." He must have suffered terribly, says Du Poirier, quote, "for he kept raising his hands to his head to try and ease the torture. He cried out again and again. We used to put ice on his head. I was ever giving him injections of morphine." Unquote. Robert Ross was with him at the end. That he brought a Roman Catholic priest to the dying man has already been recorded with a recognition of the kindness of the act. There was another friend also in attendance, but fate would have it that neither of the two were there when Oscar Wilde breathed his last. This was at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of 30th of November, 1900. Du Poirier was holding him in his arms when he passed away. He had foreseen that he would not live to see the dawn of a new century. A journalist has recorded a remark that Oscar Wilde made in this connection. Quote, "The last time I saw him," he writes, "was about 3 months before he died. I took him to dinner at the Grand Café. He was then perfectly well and in the highest spirits. All through dinner he kept me delighted and amused. Only afterwards, just before I left him, he became rather depressed. He actually told me that he didn't think he was going to live long. He had a presentiment, he said. I tried to turn it off into a joke, but he was quite serious. Somehow, he said, I don't think I shall live to see the new century. Then a long pause. If another century began, and I was still alive, it would really be more than the English could stand." He was buried in Bagneux Cemetery on 3rd December 1900, where he lies in the 17th grave of the 8th row of the 15th Division. The inscription on his tomb is as follows. Oscar Wilde, October 16th, 1854, November 30th, 1900. Verbis meis adere nihil audebant et super illos stillabat eloquium meum. Job 29:22. R.I.P. The 5 years lease of this grave was renewed in 1905 by Robert Ross, who hopes before that period has elapsed to be able to remove the ashes to a permanent resting place in one of the Parisian cemeteries, when the friends and admirers of the poet will be able, if they wish to do so, to raise a monument over his grave. Deaths are apt to be tragic, is the comment which was made upon his passing by one who described his last hours. His death, coming when it did, avoidable as it was, wasteful as it was more cruel and more tragic than any passing of which literary history has record. If he had only taken care of himself, if someone had been by him to take care of him, time was preparing for him a splendid triumph. The harvest was near to the ripening. England had rejected him, sacrificing the artist to the mental patient. But other countries, indifferent to everything but the artist's work, were just about to open their arms. If he could have lived only 3 or 4 short years longer, he would have found in the plaudits of the whole continent some solace for all his terrible sufferings. In Germany he is today a world's poet, and we are not to dispute the literary taste of Germany. Oscar Wilde has been placed high in Germany's Valhalla. In Italy his success is no less startling. The Italians do not resent the comparison of him to the divine Alighieri. It may be very foolish, very wrong, but it simply is so. Nor have his sufferings, the miserable story of his life, created interest through pity, and set afoot a passing mode. A large number of Germans know nothing about the man Oscar Wilde, barely know his name, and yet are enthusiasts about his work. A friend of mine, travelling to Russia at the beginning of last year, fell into conversation in the train with a banker who was returning to Bromberg from an audience with the Emperor. This gentleman told him that he had spent one evening at the theatre where he had seen Oscar Wilde's Salome, and he described the extraordinary impression it had produced on the audience. This seems to have been as great as that which was produced in the Paris Salon by the exhibition of the pictures forming Tissot's illustration of the life of Christ. Quote, I too, said the banker, though I am a hard-headed man of business, I felt like doing extraordinary things. I felt like springing up in my seat and shouting out and waving my arms. Such a mental convulsion I never felt within myself, never thought I could feel in myself." Unquote. The friend then began to refer to Wilde's history, and discovered that the banker did not even know the name of the author of Salome, and had never heard a single word about his life. Amongst literary Germans this ignorance does not, of course, prevail. There, thanks to the activity of the devoted Dr. Meyerfeld of Berlin, one of the foremost of German critics, Wilde's reputation is founded on a solid exposition of his literary achievements. Meyerfeld has rendered great services to his memory, not only by writing about the man and the artist, but by defending his memory against the literary harpies of his country, who have sought to snatch profit from the public interest. Every German scribbler has his contribution on Wilde to the periodicals, but Meyerfeld is there to bludgeon the traffickers back into their dens. Yes, the death, occurring when it did, was indeed tragic. There are those who hold it as sad in reality as the realistic parable in which Zola describes, by means of the death of Gervaise, the certain destruction of those in whom the power of resistance has been destroyed by unjust circumstances. One might change one word in Zola's tragic page and write, "Mais la vérité était qu'il s'en allait des misères, des odieux et des fatigués de sa vie gâtée." Sa vie gâtée. That was it. These circumstances may afford satisfaction to the moralists and the unscientific, to those who have the cult of literature and that patriotism which desires to see England take a foremost place also in the intellect of the world. They can bring nothing but poignant regret. These cannot but deplore a loss, an unnecessary spendthrift wasteful loss, which deprives England of a genius who, as what we observe today on the continent incontestably establishes, could have restored, having found himself, our literature and our stage to the rank of supremacy from which, for centuries past, they have been degraded. End of chapter 18. Appendix of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix. Oscar Wilde at Chickering Hall. Mr. Oscar Wilde delivered on Monday at Chickering Hall a lecture on the English Renaissance, which might fairly be called a success. In the present days of easily manufactured notoriety, a young man who has managed to establish a doubt in the minds of the public as to whether he is a profound thinker or an utter fool might be said to be on the high road to a very substitute for fame, and this is what Mr. Wilde had previous to his lecture succeeded in doing. The difficulty with his future career is likely to be that his lecture solves the doubt, and that he will be unable to keep alive any curiosity on the subject. When we say that he solves the doubt, we mean, of course, that he is a profound thinker, not by any means, to parody a phrase of his own, a thinker of unthought thoughts, but of thoughts thought and expressed too, for that matter, a great number of times before, though not thought nor expressed so profoundly as by Mr. Wilde, nor in his own manner. To say that the aesthete is a disciple of Ruskin gives a meagre idea of the chameleon-like power of imitative reproduction which he displays. His hospitable mind has opened its doors to Ruskin, Millet, Holman Hunt, Dante Rossetti, Swinburne, Baudelaire, Gautier, William Morris, Burne-Jones, Keats, Wordsworth, Shelley, Walt Whitman, Goethe, and Gilbert and Sullivan. It may seem at first that it would be difficult for even a deep young man to find a common basis for an aesthetic movement in all these, but Mr. Wilde is not only deep enough for this, but far too deep to explain what the common basis is, or what he has to do with it himself. Under these circumstances, and at the risk of violating Mr. Wilde's fundamental maxim of criticism, that the function of the critic is to hold his peace at all times and in all places, we will venture to offer a suggestion or two in explanation of the somewhat mysterious phenomenon presented by Mr. Wilde's lecture tour. When Mr. Ruskin and the Pre-Raphaelites set about reforming public taste in England, they were forced to enter upon something very like a crusade. Almost every canon of art criticism that existed had to be demolished, and its opposite established in its place. Springing up in a community strongly impregnated with moral and religious ideas, it's no wonder that the teachings of the school should have taken a religious tone. Appeals to the love of beauty alone would hardly have aroused the dull British Philistine from his contented, vulgar lethargy. To touch him at all, it was necessary to stir his conscience, and the forerunners of the aesthetic movement, who, by the way, were all sincere men and loved art themselves with a semi-religious fervour, became the founders of a proselytizing church, a kind of artistic rock of ages in the weltering and waste of the British Philistinism. They brought the pure milk of the word to the heathen, showed him his errors, touched his soul, awoke him to the new life, lifted him out of the mire of sin in which he lay wallowing, and showed him the true path. The unconverted heathen mocked and raged, as the heathen always do, and set up mere false gods in the shape of bad pictures, and ridiculed the true faith in the columns of their heathen organ, Punch. They could not butcher the apostles, or give them to wild beasts to devour, but they inflicted upon them all the social persecution that the mild manners of modern times permit, by making them have a thoroughly bad time. The persecution had its natural effect in strongly stimulating the devotion and zeal of the sect, and no one who has given any attention to its writings or teachings can have failed to notice the sacerdotal tone assumed by it, a tone of which there is a faint echo in Mr. Wilde's platitudes and paradoxes, and even in his dimly religious voice. Everybody knows now how the church spread, how little by little the old Philistines were converted and new-born Philistines were baptized into the new faith. The rage of the heathen disappeared, and on every side the galleries of the old religion were cleared of the Philistine rubbish and swept and garnished to make room for what was purely true and precious in art. The success of any church in converting the heathen, of course, puts it in a different attitude towards society from that which it occupies in the days of adversity. The Philistine who, though a man of sin, has a good deal of sense, always keeps his eyes on the children of light, and is always willing to take his cue from them when he finds it necessary to do so. And when he does do this, he does it handsomely. The Philistine is after all the same flesh and blood as the rest of us, though so hopelessly sunk in the mire. After a time he too joined the church, and, so far as fashionable society in England is concerned, it may be said to have been converted for 10 years. The connection between the decorative or aesthetic movement, which Mr. Wilde, with delightful impudence, is undertaking to further in this country, and the old Pre-Raphaelite crusade, is easy enough to trace. It too has been completely successful and is in full possession of the walls, floors, ceilings and furniture of the best society in England, and to a great and increasing extent of the United States. Mr. Wilde, therefore, instead of being, as he represents himself, a missionary preaching art to the heathen in the wilderness at the sacrifice of fortune, fame, and everything that the Philistine holds most dear, stands to art more in the relation of the fashionable preacher of the swell congregation to religion. To compare profane things to sacred, Mr. Wilde is the Charles Honeyman of the religion of which Ruskin was the St. Paul. When Ruskin preached, society was Philistine, but it now forms the congregation. We all know the spirit in which we listen to the fashionable preacher, how we like to hear him denounce sin and expose the vanity and frivolity of worldly pursuits, the money-loving and commercial spirit of the age, and how true we feel it to be that collections ought to be taken up for the conversion of others. There is the same vagueness too about the articles of Mr. Wilde's faith that there is about those of the Reverend Charles. The aesthetic principles which he announced on Monday at Chickering Hall were in a strange jumble, the chief merit of which lay in the serene superiority of the lecturer to the confusion which he produced in the mind of his audience, and which we notice has led one reporter of it to imagine that he said that English aestheticism sprang from the union of Hellenism with the Romantic spirit, quote, "as from the marriage of Faust and Helen of Troy sprang the beautiful Lady Euphemia," unquote. Mr. Wilde, again, represented himself as being determined to carry on the warfare of art against Philistinism to the bitter end, but really he brings peace rather than a sword. Art, when first introduced among the Philistines, did lead to an internecine struggle. It introduced discord into every family, set father against son and mother against daughter. It inspired passions in the simple-minded barbarous Anglo-Saxon which nothing else but religion and the study of language had ever produced. But it is easy to see from the reception we have given to Mr. Wilde that he is not an iconoclast or in any danger of suffering the fate of a martyr. He is, as we have said, spreading the true faith in art, much as a fashionable preacher spreads the true faith in the gospel. He and his congregation are really all of one mind, but he has the gift of expression, the sweet eloquence which the successful preacher must always have, and he thoroughly appreciates the value of extravagance in attracting attention. He is glad to have even his congregation laugh at him, if they will only join in his prayer to the steel of Toledo and the silk of Genoa, or acknowledge the supreme importance of the gaudy leonine beauty of the sunflower and the precious loveliness of the lily. It makes little difference whether Maudle is the caricature of Mr. Wilde, or Mr. Wilde a realization of Maudle. It is the doubt which gives reality to both. There is nothing that shows Mr. Wilde in his true light so completely as his great appreciation of Bunthorne. Bunthorne is an impostor, an aesthetic sham, and his existence every night tends to make the whole aesthetic movement ridiculous. Now, it is very true that all new moments in art or poetry have had their parodists and their satirists, but it never occurred to any reformer before Mr. Wilde that it would be a good thing to encourage parody and satire as a means of keeping the ball going. The same manager runs the lecture tour of the aesthete and the operatic company which heaps ridicule upon him. You hear the true gospel at Chickering Hall, and join the mocking laughter of the heathen at the absurdity of it at the Standard Theatre. We must say that, to our mind, Mr. Gilbert has the best of the joke. Real reformers have usually hated, as only just men can hate, those who sneer at reform. It was left to Mr. Wilde to discover the commercial value of ridicule in the good cause. Mr. Wilde is a poet, a preacher, and a man of the world. As a man of the world, he knows that the true way to attract attention is to shock people's sense of decency, and the true way for a preacher to become fashionable is to make the word pleasant and soothing to fashionable people, and that a very good substitute for fame is the notoriety attracted by silliness. Mr. Wilde is an essentially foreign product, and can hardly succeed in this country. What he has to say is not new, and his extravagance is not extravagant enough to amuse the average American audience. His knee breeches and long hair are good as far as they go, but Bunthorne has really spoiled the public for Wilde. 12th January 1882, The Nation. Oscar Wilde's lecture in English provinces on The House Beautiful. He used to commence his lecture on The House Beautiful by saying that he would refrain from giving a definition of the abstract principle of beauty, that metaphysicians, rhetoricians, and poets had all tried to do so in vain. There was a time, he continued, when every house was beautiful. There was once a spirit which touched everything into loveliness. The right basis of every artistic movement was to value and honour handicraft. Delicacy of hand, refinement of imagination, the eye to see beauty, and the power to transmit that beauty to others, unless all this were honoured, art might become the luxury of a few people, or it might be the fashion of a few seasons. But it would be nothing more. He referred to what he had seen in the Chinese quarter of San Francisco, where all the little vessels and cups of the Chinese were articles of the greatest taste, while he, in his hotel, had had his tea given him in a delf cup of the size of half a brick. All rules for decoration must be general. Aestheticism is not a style, but a principle. All rules applicable to decoration must be broad, workaday, and not abstruse. Mr. William Morris's first rule was not to have anything in the house but what one knows to be useful and what one thinks to be beautiful. What strange ornaments, said Oscar Wilde, are to be seen in the houses of very charming people. Wax flowers. Here people used to laugh. Horrible things perpetrated in Berlin wool. Laughter. And the endless array of antimacassars, which seems to reduce life to the level of an eternal washing day. This was always applauded and became a household phrase. The lecturer then quoted Mr. Morris's second principle, not to have anything but what is felt to have been a joy to someone to make it, and a joy to others to use it. This tablecloth, said Oscar Wilde, pointing to the one on the table in front of him, which was usually a showy one of indescribable pattern, must have been made by someone who worked under permanent depression of spirits. Laughter. The third principle was not to have in one house any imitation of one texture in another. Wood painted like stone, paper appearing like marble, and other things which Ruskin condemned so forcibly. For a man, said Ruskin, to have on the walls of his house a marble paper was extremely immoral. He, Oscar Wilde, would leave out of his dictionary all fine ethical words about art. To him, the morality of art was its beauty, the immorality its ugliness. And that could be said without going into graver moral questions. We ought not, then, to think, but to be absolutely certain that there is nothing in our house which is not useful and that is not beautiful. He was often asked, what is the true artistic colour? He was unable to reply. All colours were artistic. He smiled when he read in the newspapers that such and such a colour would be a fashionable one for the season. As in music, so in colour. One note was not more beautiful than another. The combination of notes was music, the combination of colours was beauty. How we should smile if it were to be announced that B flat would for some months be the fashionable note. What a dreary lookout it would be. But quite as depressing was it to be told that one particular colour would be fashionable for the season. It was essential to true decoration that there should be a knowledge of background, of neutrals, and of tertiary colours, so as to produce the impression without glare. Gold was a neutral, its object to give tone. but it had been made into a primary colour. It was always safe to treat walls as background and keep bright colours for detail. Porcelain, silk, and such like textures were best for bright colours. Colour not merely makes things beautiful, but is often the substitute for architectural features, which in themselves are not possible to us. "The fault of most rooms," Mr. Wilde said, "was in their being too high." He then had a good-humoured tilt at the scientific doctors who advocate high rooms. Ventilation was what was wanted. You need not light your rooms with 5 glaring lights of a chandelier hanging from a plaster vegetable in the centre of the ceiling. There was no reason why rooms should not be lighted with candles or oil lamps. The lecturer then went on to describe how a room too high or too low should be treated in its decoration. The stencilings of Japan, designed by the first Japanese artists, were then described. Large windows and windows coming too low were condemned. Plate glass gives glare, but not light. Glare is to light what noise is to music. When ugly windows are obtained, then the upholsterer is sent for to see what he can do. The upholsterer has no scruples. He brings a pole as heavy as a ship's mast and massive rings thereon to support a curtain, not to fall into folds and reach only to the floor, but to trail and to be looped with woolen bands, and all other kinds of wickedness the upholsterer designs. Laughter. The beauty of small panes and coloured glass was then pointed out. Coloured glass made light beautiful. Dreary, white, shining marble chimney-pieces were next satirized, and were described as things which it would be wicked to sell, and still more wicked to give away. The problem was what to do with them. Mirrors came in for unqualified condemnation. A room was supposed to have 4 walls. All sorts of fantastic shapes were given by a mirror reaching from the chimney-piece to the ceiling, and every straight line was deflected. Mirrors were one of the unpunished crimes of the 19th century. He did not want to say anything more severe than that. When the present century came in, there was a feeling that all useful things should be made as ugly as possible. Useful things ugly, and then the rooms filled with a number of delicate little luxuries. The common things of life ought to be made so beautiful that nothing shall hereafter be called common. The qualities of good furniture were that it should be well made, be comfortable, and be made by people of refinement for people of refinement. There was something in art besides honesty. Honesty was not a principle but a condition of art. Furniture well made and of good materials grew more beautiful the longer you had it. The most comfortable chairs were not the softest. In conclusion, the lecturer, in an eloquent peroration, showed how all possibility of having in England beautiful things depended upon the honour and dignity given to handicraft. It was here that the lecturer became most effective and impressive, and most earnestly did he plead that every handicraft might have a place in the education of every child. "We in England have made a great mistake," he continued. "The attention of children has been fixed to books, when it ought not to have been. Who cannot remember, when a child, looking at a blacksmith at work or spending an hour in a carpenter's shop? Every child likes to see something made, and likes to make something. A school should be the most beautiful place in every town and village, so beautiful that the punishment for undutiful children should be that they should be debarred from going to school the following day. In all schools there should be a constant succession of new and delightful things, so that children could not weary or become indifferent to anything that was beautiful." He considered that it would be a very good thing if some of the bits of decorative art which were stored up at South Kensington and similar museums were lent to the schools throughout the country for the edification and delight of the children. There was no place so absolutely depressing as a museum. There was a better use of art than looking at it on a rainy day. Give a child something to make, and he would be happy, and a perfectly happy child would be a perfectly good child. Children might be taught to do something in wood, something in leather, in pottery, in furniture, in decorative art, and in metalworking. The artistic power of every child was great. The problem of the age was the noisy boy who would not go to school nor learn his lessons, but spent his time in throwing stones at windows. What was the matter with him? He had simply discovered that he had hands, and that they were given him for something. Many people do nothing with their hands but cover them with kid gloves. The human hand has marvelous powers. Every child loved beautiful things. The taste of a child was often perfectly faultless. A child knew that what was beautiful must be good. If such children were taught the nobility of all handicraft, that lesson would be quite as important as teaching them the population of Madagascar, or the names of the Saxon kings, or in the incidents in the private lives of people who never lived. Open the child's eyes to see the beauty of land and sea, of the flight of birds, of the budding of a flower, and the falling of a leaf, and they will feel it a joy and desire to communicate that joy to others. And almost every noble lesson of life will have been learned. They will learn to love all that is beautiful and to hate all that is ugly. Moral tales do not accomplish much good. The boy who throws a stone does not always fall into the well, as the tale states. This is soon discovered, and then comes the revolt of life against literature. Every child cannot be made into an artist. The lecturer closed his remarks by quoting the words of "one who loved beauty more than anything else," John Keats, who, replying to someone who had asked him to venerate some principle or other, said, "I venerate only the Supreme Being, the memory of great men, and the principle of beauty." Oscar Wilde's lecture in Dublin on the value of art in modern life. Within the last few years in that country and elsewhere, there had been a strong development of artistic feeling and artistic beauty in the houses, not alone of the wealthy, but of all classes. A better perception of form and colours and a greater sense of harmony ran through every room. Certain old ornaments had disappeared. The wax peach no longer ripened in the glass shade. Cumbrous and useless furniture had been more and more laid aside. He would endeavour to show the scientific basis of the movement. Modern science taught that every organism, whether plant or animal, sought its proper environment. There was no reason why mankind should not seek for theirs. Plato, in his Republic, taught that children should be brought up in the midst of fair sights and sounds, so that the soul might be brought naturally into harmony with the eternal world. Formerly abstract definitions of the beautiful were aimed at, but the artistic temperament was better developed by beautiful surroundings, by giving a perception of every particular beauty. He was not sure that the real meaning of art was understood. Most people imagined that it was in some way synonymous with ornamentation. But ornamentation was merely a branch of art. Art was primarily a question of construction, next of adaptability to a purpose, and lastly of proportion. Within the last few years, ornamentation had become an enemy of art. Some of the most beautiful things were entirely without ornament. In opposition to this, they saw vases and articles of pottery beautiful in form, but covered with meaningless landscapes and sprawling flowers. The manufacturers said the public would not buy the things unless they were covered with ornament. Another thing which hindered artistic development was the wrong use of materials. They saw looking-glasses framed in plush and painted with flowers. Plush was chiefly good for the delicate folds that it afforded, and the merit of a looking-glass was that it reflected its object, but these effects were lost in such frames. Nature was beautiful in its exquisite details and in the pageantry of its changing moods. Nature was an ideal to itself, but, as regarded art, it was not an ideal at all. Art was not a mere imitation of natural objects. Decorative art, like music, depended absolutely on certain laws. On laws of alternation, symmetry, and series, corresponding more or less to melody in music. On laws of repetition and mass, corresponding to harmony. Nature was the rough material from which art selected. Look at the examples of old Celtic art, and at Persian, Hindu, and other Oriental arts in their general characteristics, except Japanese. In old Celtic art, there was no imitation of a single object in nature. The prohibition in the Quran of the imitation of natural objects led to an exceedingly fine school of Mohammedan decorative art. These all dealt in exquisite lines, beautiful proportions, and lovely masses of colour. Bad ornamentation had arisen from the separation of the functions of the artist, the decorator, and the workman. Ornament should never for a moment disturb outline and proportion, nor should it add to the apparent weight of anything. With regard to materials, when wood was used, curves should be avoided. The curved furniture of the Louis XIV period was invariably gilt so as to look like metal. In modern English furniture, they saw the mahogany writhing into all sorts of shapes, giving a sense of insecurity and heaviness. But should not art be national? He felt obliged to say no. National art was as impossible as national mathematics. Mathematics was the science of truth, and art was the science of the beautiful. Both were founded on natural laws of universal application. But the national idea might be imparted in details. The Greeks made a certain use of the honeysuckle in the ornamentation of their buildings, but now, provided the principle of decoration were adhered to, any other flower would do as well. Therefore they should not furnish their houses as if they wished to please a professor of history. If he were asked for a definition of what a really beautiful thing was, he was not sure that his answer would not be such an object as would harmonize with all other beautiful objects, no matter of what century or nation. They would agree because they expressed the same laws. Between examples of ancient Irish art and examples from the Alhambra or from Oriental mosques of the Byzantine period, there would, therefore, be no discord. They could select from all these, and the best furnished house would be the one which could not be absolutely localized as regarded forms of art. Everything should be in proportion as to colour and form, and a mere spirit of archaeology should not prevail. Why was this movement called aesthetic? There was a deeper sense in that word than the merely beautiful. In past ages, decorative art was symbolic and expressive of ideas. Afterwards it became simply impressive, and consequently aesthetic. In the hands of the Greeks, it became after a time simply impressive, and in the period of the Renaissance, Italian decorative art took the same direction. Symbolism had a tendency to putrefaction and to the stoppage of growth. On the other hand, when the aesthetic impulse came into play, there was a constant growth and admission of new light. When art was healthy, it was constantly changing in its details. To us, in the 19th century, the aesthetic side of art had more application than the symbolic. Anciently, symbolism was a means of conveying ideas in novels, religion, and philosophy. But, since printing, the enormous increase of books had almost put an end to that function, and ornamentation now mainly appealed to the eye, and thereby a greater amount of beauty was attained. The beauty of a rose was not enhanced by a long botanical name. Decoration was to be distinguished from imaginative art. Decorative art emphasized its material and made it more beautiful than before. Imaginative art annihilated its material. They did not regard the canvas of a picture or the stone of a piece of sculpture. Again, they could place a piece of decorative art where they liked, but they could not do so with a picture. They had to hang a picture where they could see it under certain conditions of light and shade. Decorative art depended largely on traditions, whereas the art of the picture or the statue was purely individual. Decorative art was purely impressive, like music. They did not ask what a piece of music meant, but how it affected them. But imaginative art expressed not merely the facts of nature, but the wonderful power of the hand and eye of the artist. What chiefly constituted the artist was his power of vision. He thought that in art schools here there was too much use of hard outline. The Japanese artists did better by teaching their students to use a soft brush, and also by making them paint from the shoulder, without any rest for the wrist. The Greeks discovered what was beautiful, but the Dutch school of artists were the first to discover that ugly objects might be made beautiful. There was no object in life so hideous that it might not become beautiful under certain conditions of light and shade. What the artist should do is to watch for the moment when indifferent objects became thus transformed. Modern painters were too much in the habit of taking subjects from history and literature and of resorting to symbolism. There was also too great a tendency to special subjects. At a London exhibition, a young artist gained great éclat by a picture in which he introduced in the foreground 3 silver birch trees. For a while afterwards, the public would have nothing but silver birch trees. The artist wisely remonstrated against this, and painted a picture with trees of a different kind, which he exhibited, and was informed by a dealer that a gentleman was ready to pay him his own price for it, if only he would put 3 silver birches in the foreground. Here the first laugh was taken. The practice of decorative art ennobled labour and contained within itself an enormous store of economic wealth, owing to the extent to which the value of the material was enhanced by the work of the artist. It was always possible for a nation by artistic power to give to the commonest material vastly increased value. There was no reason why we in Ireland should not do this. There was in all the Celtic races this power of decoration, whether they viewed the remains of ancient art in the Royal Irish Academy or in the museums of Northern Europe. They would be struck by the far greater sense of beauty evinced in the early Celtic work than in the Old English art, which was deficient in delicacy and sense of proportion. Applause. And there was no reason why they should not show that those perceptions of the beautiful and capacities of delicate handling as to hue and colour were not dead. Oscar Wilde's lecture in Dublin on dress. It was strange that, whereas so much attention had been paid to the decoration of our homes, very little care had been bestowed on the national dress of our men and women. No matter how beautiful a house might be, it should be only a background for the men and women who dwell in it. The beauty of the house was abnormal so long as the art of dress was neglected. When he called it an art, he did not exaggerate its importance. To be dressed well requires that one should be a master of colour and form. The beauty of a dress consists in it giving expression to the grace and freedom of the body. It should suit and yield to its every motion, and not be a mere prison in which the body is confined. Before there is any reform in our national costumes, the natural motions and functions of the body must be better and more widely understood. A great aid to the general acquiring of that necessary knowledge would be the teaching of drawing. A desire to draw is natural. No boy or girl fails to cover its lesson book with pictures of its parents and friends or of the house over the way. Writing, on the contrary, is an acquired art, and there is no reason why children should not be taught drawing as they are taught writing. They might commence by drawing plane figures, squares or cubes, proceeding afterwards to the study of the human figure, in the first place from the casts of the ancient Greek statues. They would then learn that the waist, for instance, is the most delicate and graceful curve in the entire body, and that it is not necessarily beautiful if it happens to be small. Nothing is beautiful because it is simply small or large, and the waist is beautiful only when it is in perfect proportion with the other parts of the human figure. Similarly, the foot is beautiful when it gives the idea of being the firm basis on which the body rests, and the hand is not beautiful in proportion to its smallness, but when its curves and those of the wrist are graceful and unbroken. The poets, who are generally blamed for everything, here the first laugh was usually heard, are probably responsible for the idea that a small waist is necessarily beautiful. Chaucer and Dunbar are amongst the guilty. One talks of a lady whose waist was as small as a willow wand. In the same way, it is almost impossible to take up a novel in which the lady has not extremely small hands and feet. The child who has learned to draw will know that the effect of horizontal lines upon the figure is to reduce its apparent height, whilst that of vertical lines is to increase the height. The same principle, as is well known, holds in the case of a house. If a ceiling be too high, a fault very common in our modern homes, it is easy to reduce its seeming height by running any broadband, such as a dado, horizontally round the room. If, on the contrary, the ceiling be too low, as occasionally occurs in very old houses, proportion may be given by making the leading lines vertical. In dress, if a lady be too tall, a broad belt or sash lessens her apparent height, while if she happens to be small, the lines of her dress should be as much as possible vertical. A person looking at the fashion plates of the period of the First French Empire will be struck by the apparent height of the beautiful ladies of the time. The cause is that the skirts were lengthened by shortening the waist. As regards the question of colour, he should remind them that in decorating a room, unless it was wanted to be a museum, they should have some scheme of colour. The same holds true of dress. He thought that at most 3 colours, unless very exquisitely harmonised, were as many as could be safely employed, for it should be understood that any contrasting colour concentrated attention on a mere detail. Vivid colours in ribbons or feathers in the headdress are dangerous also, because they interfere with the attention and attract undue observation. Large checks should not be worn, as they render any irregularity of the figure at once apparent. Recently, he had gone into a shop in London to purchase some stamped velvet or plush. After a lengthened search, he was obliged to ask the shopman to show him something that would not require a man some 10 or 12 feet high to be in proportion. The figures on all that the shopman had shown were large enough for the paper of a considerable building. Anything else, the shopman said, was unfashionable. When he mentioned the word fashion, he named the greatest enemy of art in this as in all other centuries. It is a giant that puts men in chains. Art seeks to give expression to individuality. Fashion insists upon every man doing as every other man. If there were anything beautiful or excellent in fashions, they would not have to be changed every 6 months. The Egyptians had preserved their national dress for nearly 2,000 years. The Greeks maintained theirs for over 900. With us, a young lady spends her pocket money buying a bonnet, which she wears for a few weeks to the admiration and rage of her neighbourhood. And then comes her dearest friend, who mentions, quite casually, that nobody wears a bonnet of that shape or colour now. Laughter. More money is spent on bonnets alone than would suffice, if the figures were made public, to drive the husbands of the kingdom to despair. Applause and laughter. It is not that they are beautiful. Time was when great merchants and nobles dressed their wives in brocades and cloth of gold. More money in proportion is expended now because fashion changes so often. The economy would indeed be great if dress, could be rendered permanent. In England, as in every other country, the national costume was permanent until the end of the 16th century. Catherine de' Medici, who had been accused of nearly every possible crime, was guilty of the introduction of the corset and the farthingale. The former was an iron band, very broad, and arranged so as to be fastened with links and hooks at the back and under the shoulders. In it the body was iron bound, like an American trunk. The farthingale was a cage, sometimes of osier, at times strengthened with iron ribs, that depended from the waist and kept the dress extended to a monstrous degree. A lady thus attired would occupy all to herself as much room as would suffice for a moderate political meeting. Laughter. The same fashion may be caricatured in Hogarth's works, and in our time it has been known as the crinoline. It is now disused, and upon that at least we might congratulate ourselves. But what was the meaning of that wicked thing known as the dress improver? Applause and laughter. Of course, none of those present were capable of wearing it, but for the benefit of others, he would point out that its effect is to cut across the curve of the body just as it becomes beautiful. An ideal dress was that of the Athenian woman in the days of Athenian glory, when she was preeminent in her arts and in her philosophy. They borrowed from the Orient, from which all things have come, a soft variety of woolen cloth similar to cashmere. The Assyrians, with the Oriental fondness for bright colours, dyed their dress in vivid shades. The Greeks, with more artistic feeling, discarded the colours and the horizontal lines of the Assyrian girdle, which they diminished to two small cords that served to relieve the vertical lines of the robes by retaining oblique folds in position. The lecturer described the ancient Greek costume in detail. Of course, he added, in our colder climate it would be unsuitable, but two lessons may be learned from the facts known of it. The first is that as a dress material, woolen cloth is superior to any other. It is a mistake to suppose that woolen textures are of necessity clumsy and coarse. The woolen stuffs of cashmere were finer than the finest silk. The other point observable in the costume he had described is that it was undivided and unseamed. The beauty of the dress was entirely dependent upon the manner in which it was worn. The use of wool as the basis of materials for dress was greatly recommended by eminent physicians. It was cool in summer and warm in winter, whilst perfectly flexible and light. Its employment in lawn tennis, rowing, and cricketing clothes might be instanced as an example. A cloak with a hood, not intended merely for an ornament, was a very ancient and most admirable garment. It was decidedly Irish in very remote times, as their sculptures in Kilconnell Abbey proved. The hood should be made to protect the head from rain. That was its use. A headdress, as at present worn, is rarely of any advantage to the wearer. It generally assumes the form of a stuffed bird perching upon a small piece of tulle. Laughter. Recently he saw in one of the French journals a drawing of a bonnet with the note underneath, "With this style the mouth is worn slightly open." Laughter. That was surely the ne plus ultra of folly. Applause. Referring to the subject of male attire, the lecturer declared that the tall top hat was as wicked and monstrous as the worst of the feminine articles of apparel. It was supposed to give very great respectability on weekdays and irreproachable orthodoxy on Sundays. Laughter. High-heeled boots were next vigorously condemned, and Wilde concluded his lecture by impressing on his hearers that beauty in dress consisted in the perfect adaptability of the garments to the needs of the wearer. End of Appendix. End of The Life of Oscar Wilde by Robert Sherard.